Mhm. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Haribo. Here's the link. Whoever wants to come on, put it in a couple places. I'll put it on Messenger and on here. Let's see if I can do. Oh, I can't do that. Okay. Let's see. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Okay, I put it in the Krishna's group. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. I put it on here. Okay. All right, there's the link here. Whoever wants to come on. Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari. There goes, shut the generator off. Be right back. Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna. Ah, okay. Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari. Hey, Hari Krishna.
Hey, Krishna Kamaraj.
Krishna Krishna Hari Hari. Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari Hari Rama Rama. Okay. Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari Hari Krishna 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 Hari Hari Rama Rama Hari Hari Krishna 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 Hari Hari Rama Rama Hari Hari Krishna Krishna Hari Rama Hari Hari Krishna Krishna Hari Hari Rama Hari Hari Krishna Krishna Hari Rama Hari Hari 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 Krishna Rama Hari Hari Krishna Hari Rama Rama Hari Hari Krishna Hari 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 Hari Krishna Hari Rama 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 Hari Krishna Hari Rama Hari Hari Krishna Hari Rama Hari Rama Hari Hari Krishna 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 Hari Hari Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Welcome there, Anita. Krishna Krishna, thank you for coming. Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama. We're getting feedback somewhere. Who is it? Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari. Does anybody know where the feedback is? It's somebody's. Maybe your Janine or something. We're getting feedback somewhere. Yeah. Was it there? Oh, okay. Krishna Krishna Hari Hari. All right, that's okay. Yeah, just if there's feedback from somebody, just mute your mic for a while. Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari. That's good. Perfect. Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari.
My volume is very low. Maybe I have to restart. Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama. Just do what you got to do, man. Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Krishna Hari Hari Rama Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Rama Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama
Krishna Krishna Hari Hari Rama Rama
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama
Hare Rama Hare
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Jesus Srila Prabhupada Nityananda Gauranga Jesus Srila Prabhupada Nityananda Gauranga Jesus,
Krishna,
Srila
Krishna, Hare
Prabhupada, Nityananda, Gauranga.
Hare Rama, Rama,
Jesus, Srila Prabhupada,
Krishna,
Nityananda, Gauranga. Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Shri Krishna Chaitanya 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 Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare. Don't forget to give us likes here so this goes deeper into, they share it more. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. There's 10 people here and only 5 likes, so everybody give a like there. Krishna, or a love even, that's better. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Ram,
Rama
Ram,
Rama Hari 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 Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hari Hari Hari
Ram,
Rama Hari
Ram,
Rama
Ram,
Rama
Krishna,
Rama Hari
Krishna,
Hari Hari Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari
Ram,
Rama
Ram,
Rama
Ram,
Rama Hari
Krishna,
Hari Hari
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Krishna Krishna
Ram, Ram,
Krishna Hari
Ram,
Hari Hari Rama Hari Rama
Krishna, Krishna,
Rama Rama
Krishna,
Hari Hari Hari
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Krishna
Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari
Krishna,
Rama
Krishna,
Rama Rama Hari Hari
Ram,
Hari Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hari
Krishna,
Hari Hari
Krishna,
Rama Hari
Krishna,
Rama
Krishna,
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram, Ram, Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hari
Krishna,
Hari Hari
Krishna,
Rama Hari
Krishna,
Rama
Hare Hare,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Rama,
Hari
Rama,
Hari
Rama,
Hari
Rama,
Krishna
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hari
Krishna,
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare,
Rama
Rama,
Hari
Hare
Rama
Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Rama,
Hari Hari
Krishna, Krishna,
Radha
Krishna,
Govinda
Krishna,
Radha
Rama, Rama,
Govinda
Krishna,
Radha
Krishna,
Govinda Radha
Rama,
Govinda
Rama, Krishna,
Radha
Krishna,
Govinda
Krishna,
Radha
Rama, Rama,
Govinda
Rama, Krishna,
Radha
Krishna,
Govinda
Rama,
Radha
Rama, Hare
Govinda
Krishna, Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Rama,
Krishna,
Rama,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Rama,
Rama, Hare Hare,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
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 Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Hare Ram,
Rama,
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Rama,
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Radha
Hare
Govinda,
Rama,
Radha,
Rama,
Radha,
Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Radha,
Krishna,
Radha,
Rama,
Radhe,
Krishna,
Radhe,
Rama, Krishna,
Radhe,
Krishna, Krishna,
Radhe, Radhe,
Rama,
Hey,
Rama, Rama,
Radhe, Radhe,
Krishna, Krishna,
Radhe,
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Rama, 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 Hare
Radhe,
Krishna, Hare
Radhe,
Krishna, 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 Hare
Radhe,
Rama, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Krishna,
Rama Rama, Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama, Rama,
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna, 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 Hare Kale,
Hare
Hare
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Ram, Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
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 Krishna
Krishna,
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 Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram,
Rama, Hare Rama,
Krishna,
Rama
Who's
Krishna,
Rama,
farting?
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram,
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
I
Krishna,
can
Krishna,
hear
Hare
somebody breaking
Ram,
wind.
Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Rama
Krishna,
Hari Hari Hari
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare Ram, 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 Hare
Krishna Krishna. Don't
Hare
worry
Krishna,
about it. Just chant.
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hari Hari
Okay.
Hari
Hare
Rama
Krishna.
Rama Rama Hari Hari
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hari Hari
Krishna,
Hari Rama Hari
Krishna,
Rama
Hare Ram,
Rama
Ram,
Rama
Ram,
Hari Hari Hari
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hari
Ram,
Hari Hari Rama Hari Rama
Krishna, Krishna,
Rama Rama Hari
Krishna,
Hari Hari
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama
Krishna,
Rama Rama
Krishna,
Hari Hari
Krishna,
Hari
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hari
Krishna,
Hari
Krishna,
Hari Rama Hari
Krishna,
Rama
Krishna, Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Rama Hari Hari Hari
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Ram,
Hari
Ram,
Hari Hari Rama Hari Rama
Hare Ram,
Rama
Hare Ram,
Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Rama
Ram,
Rama Hari 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 Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hari Hari Hari
Krishna,
Rama Hari Rama
Ram,
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari
Krishna,
Hari
Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Rama, Hare
Hari
Rama,
Hari
Rama,
Hari Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hari
Rama,
Hari
Rama, Rama,
Hari Rama
Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Rama Hari
Hare
Hari Hari Krishna
Rama,
Hare
Rama,
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna
Rama,
Hari Hari Hari
Rama,
Rama Hari Rama
Rama,
Rama
Rama,
Rama Hari
Krishna,
Hari
Krishna,
Radhe
Krishna,
Radha
Krishna,
Radha Radhe
Rama, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Radhe
Krishna, Hare
Radhe
Rama, 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 Hare Krishna,
Radha
Krishna, 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 Hare
Radha
Krishna, Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare
Radha
Rama, Rama,
Radha
Krishna,
Radha
Hare Krishna,
Radha Shri
Hare Krishna,
Radha,
Krishna
Radha,
Krishna, Hare
Radha,
Krishna,
Radha,
Rama Rama Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Radha,
Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare
Radha,
Rama Rama, Hare
Radha,
Krishna,
Radha.
Rama Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna, Chaitanya, Shri
Krishna
Krishna,
Rama Rama Rama,
Shri Krishna, Chaitanya, Radha,
Krishna
Nityananda,
Krishna, Hare Rama Rama Rama, Hare
Nityananda,
Krishna
Nityananda,
Rama Rama, Hare
Nityananda, Nityananda, Nityananda,
Rama
Nityananda,
Rama, Hare
Nityananda, Nityananda, Nityananda,
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Nityananda, Nityananda,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama Rama, Hare
Nityananda, 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 Nityananda,
Krishna
Nityananda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Ram Ram, Hare Hare
Rama Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Krishna
Rama
Krishna,
Rama, Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Rama,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Rama,
Ram,
Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Hare, Rama, Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Rama Rama,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare,
Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare
Chaitanya,
Ram,
Shri
Hare
Krishna Chaitanya,
Hare
Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Hare Krishna,
Shri
Hare
Krishna Chaitanya,
Krishna, Hare
Shri
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Chaitanya,
Hare Krishna,
Shri Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Krishna,
Shri Krishna
Ram
Chaitanya,
Ram,
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Chaitanya, Shri
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Chaitanya,
Ram, Krishna Hare
Shri
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Hare
Shri
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Chaitanya, Shri
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Chaitanya,
Krishna Krishna,
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Chaitanya,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Chaitanya,
Krishna Hare
Shri
Hare
Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna
Hare
Chaitanya,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Shri
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Chaitanya,
Krishna,
Shri
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Chaitanya,
Hare Ram, Ram
Shri
Ram, Hare
Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Krishna
Shri
Krishna, Hare
Krishna Chaitanya,
Krishna
Shri
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Chaitanya,
Hare
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Chaitanya,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Shri Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Chaitanya,
Hare Krishna
Shri
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Chaitanya,
Ram Ram, Hare
Shri Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare
Chaitanya,
Krishna
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare Ram,
Nitya,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare
Nityananda,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna,
Nityananda,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna
Nityananda,
Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare
Nityananda,
Ram,
Nityananda,
Ram, Krishna Krishna,
Nityananda,
Ram,
Nityananda,
Ram, Krishna
Nityananda,
Krishna Krishna,
Nityananda, Nityananda, Nityananda,
Ram.
Nityananda,
Krishna,
Nityananda,
Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Nityananda,
Ram,
Nityananda,
Krishna, Krishna,
Nityananda, Nityananda,
Ram,
Nityananda, 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 Nityananda,
Krishna,
Nityananda,
Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Krishna, Ram,
Nityananda, Nityananda,
Krishna, Krishna,
Nityananda,
Ram,
Nityananda,
Krishna,
Nityananda, Nityananda.
I found a few locations for nature near you.
Krishna,
Nityananda,
Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Nityananda,
Krishna,
Nityananda,
Ram,
Nityananda,
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Nityananda,
Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Nityananda,
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Nityananda.
Krishna,
Hare
Jaya
Ram,
Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Sri Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhaktavinda.
Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Shri Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
All right. This is Chaitanya Bhagavat. And let's see if I can find the chapter here. Okay, I'm not finding the chapter, so I'm just gonna start reading. Where are we at here? I am worse than an insect, yet I am not moved by such devotion. O Lord, how can I ask to see you? Mukunda began to weep and raising his arms up into the sky, into the air. His body trembled as he released a heavy sigh in ecstatic devotional emotion. I am worse than an insect, yet I am not moved by such devotion. O Lord, how can I ask to see you? Mukunda began to weep, raising his arms up in the air. His body trembled as he released heavy sighs in ecstatic emotion. Mukunda is a pure devotee with a single and spontaneous love for the Lord. How can I describe sufficiently the extent of his glories? He is counted amongst the most intimate eternal associates of the Lord. Lord Vishnumbar was moved by his devotees' anguish and feelings. He said, Mukunda, your devotional service is very dear to me. Wherever and whenever you sing, I will be present there. All that you have said, all that you have said is true. One cannot understand me as I am just by seeing me. One can only realize my true self through the eyes of loving devotion. Truly I say to you, for you are very dear to me, that the instructions I have given in the Vedic literature about the different rights and duties of everyone and their concomitant result cannot be changed by anyone. I alone can do as I please and supersede these rights and results, because I have the full authority to do so. I have made you speak the truth about devotional service. Nothing is of any value if it is devoid of my devotional service. It pains me grievously if someone is against my blessed devotional service, and due to my sufferings, such an atheist is deprived of all happiness, even if he sees me. Demon King Kamsa, the washerman also saw me. Demon King's Kamsa's washerman also saw me. I asked him for help, but he refused. This is very unfortunate for him, for he was deprived of the opportunity to render devotional service. He had no attraction for me. He had performed very severe austerities and penances for many lifetimes just to see me. This piety gave him the good fortune to see me, yet he could not experience the exhilaration of seeing me due to lack of devotion. Krishna. I do not show any mercy to non-devotees, and even if they see me, they are deprived of the transcendental result, eternal happiness. Uh, uh. Hare Krishna. One's devotion is drained if one is offensive to the authorized process of devotional service. In the absence of devotion, seeing me is fruitless. Whatever we have said is actually what I wanted to say. In fact, why should any other topic grace your mouth? I shall propagate the process of devotional service everywhere. This I have said to you. I will do this through your voice, through your songs. All the Vaishnavas' hearts will melt in ecstatic joy hearing your songs. Just as you are very dear to me, you will also be so amongst all my devotees, the Vaishnavas. Wherever I descend, in any incarnation, you will also be present as my singer. As the Lord showered blessings and boons on Mukunda, the Vaishnavas assembled, resounded with great jubilation. Devotees clasped their hands and exuberantly sang out, "Glory to Lord Jagannath! Glory to the Lord!" Whoever hears these narrations about Mukunda receiving the Lord's special mercy is favored by the Lord to become an associate of Mukunda as a singer. All the topics of the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya are highly confidential subjects, undisclosed in the Vedas. Only intelligent men can appreciate these topics and not the foolish. Those who relish these pastimes will certainly be able to see Lord Chaitanya face to face. So it continued. Each Vaishnava, as he so desired, had his wish fulfilled by the Lord. Srivas Pandit is very dear, very great and exalted personality. So all these pastimes took place in his own house. The Lord appeared to each devotee individually as a different incarnation, according to that devotee's attachment to a particular incarnation of the Lord. All these manifestations were extraordinary and super excellent. Lord Chaitanya performed his pastime in this manner. Every day the Lord revealed his super mundane pastimes, and all the assembled Vaishnavas, along with their wives, saw these extraordinary happenings. Okay, so who wants to read next? Okay, go ahead. Chaitanya Bhagavat somewhere. You choose.
Okay. Yeah.
Or actually,
Okay.
no. You decide whatever you want to read. I'll trust your judgment.
Oh, okay. Wow. Chaitanya Bhagavat. Okay. I got Chaitanya Mangala. So
Okay, great.
I've just read a little bit on from Narada Muni. He'd been in the palace in Dwarka with Rukmini and Krishna, and he'd shared the woes of Kali Yuga to Krishna, and Krishna showed him his effulgent golden form, this form of Mahaprabhu Chaitanya. So he's left the palace in great ecstasy. He's gone to see Brahma and shown him this, told him this boon, this great news for the Kali Yuga, the time we're in. And he's somewhere on his way to see Mahadeva and Parvati. So I'll carry on. Uddhava said, by enjoying the remnants of what you have left, this servant of Lord Hari will conquer your illusionary energy. Therefore, I yearn to honor what you leave as remnant. When I hear these words, Uddhava spoke to Lord Krishna, my heart becomes wild with bliss. And that's like what we have so many Goswamis and your writings, and I feel that bliss when we're writing them, transcribing, when we're reading them, just what is shared here in Chaitanya Mangala. When I hear these words, Uddhava spoke to Lord Krishna, my heart becomes wild with bliss. So it is when we read and look at classes again. For so many days I've walked on the path of devotional service. Still unto today, I did not know the importance of honoring the Lord's remnant. By the power of Lord Krishna's remnant, Uddhava became very powerful. Yeah, and I was listening to, I was transcribing one of the classes you did recently, or Harry, and you were saying just that we become very powerful when we take the shelter. When we take that shelter, we get that power that's given to the Guru, and then the Guru is giving us that power. Similarly, when we just listen and when we just have faith in the words, and that's what I feel, that's what I experience, and that's what I see in the other devotees. In Lord Krishna's presence, he honored the Lord's remnant. I never honored the Lord's Mahaprasadam in that way. In my heart, I thought the Lord had cheated me. Then I devised a plan to make Lord Krishna, to please Lord Krishna, and thus obtain his Mahaprasadam remnant. Filled with the nectar of these thoughts, I went to Vaikuntha. For many days I served Goddess Lakshmi. Pleased the goddess offered me a boon. She said, ask and I will grant your boon. I vow I will give it. Hearing her words, I repeated the desire of my heart. Folding my palms and becoming very serious, I said, for many days, a strong desire stayed in my heart. Everyone knows that I, Narada, am your servant. Still, I have never tasted my prasadam remnant. Please give me one handful of the Lord's prasadam. This is the boon I wish. I wish that you please place your auspicious glance upon me. Hearing these words, Goddess Lakshmi was very pleased. I'm going to move ahead a little bit. Hearing these words, the Lord said, O Lakshmi, please listen. Your words were a great mistake. Secretly, without my knowledge, you may give my remnants to him. Hearing the Lord's command, Lakshmi became joyful. After some days, Goddess Lakshmi, the mother of the world, called for me and gave me the Mahaprasadam. In this way, by Goddess Lakshmi's mercy, my desire was fulfilled, and I tasted the Lord's wonderful Mahaprasadam. Touching that Mahaprasadam, I became hundreds of times more glorious and effulgent. Sounding my veena, I happily came to Mount Kailasa. Seeing me, Lord Shiva asked about me. Smiling, I said, today I got something very wonderful. Seeing my wonderful effulgence, Lord Shiva was surprised. How did you get a form like that? He asked. Then I told him the whole story from beginning to end. Hearing it, Lord Shiva scolded me. He said, O sage, you attained that rare Mahaprasadam and you ate it all, and you did not bring any for me. With great love, you came here to see me again. Why did you not bring any of that rare treasure? Hearing Lord Shiva's words, I became ashamed. I lowered my head. I saw some Mahaprasadam, saving grace, still stuck to my fingernail. I placed my finger before Lord Shiva. I happily offered him that single crumb of Mahaprasadam. He did not hesitate. At once, Lord Shiva placed the Mahaprasadam in his mouth. Then, saintly Lord Shiva began to joyfully dance. With every step he took, the ground shook. He became wild with bliss. Mount Sumeru trembled. The earth shook. Fear was everywhere. Lord Shiva, the great king of yoga, trembled with ecstatic love. He forgot himself. His heavy steps pushed the earth down to Rasta Loka. Lord Anata's hoods now rested on Lord Kuma's back, sticking his neck out of his shell. Lord Kuma stared at Lord Anata. The elephant, bearing the directions, bent their necks. The cauldron of the universe began to crack. Unable to bear Lord Shiva's weight, the earth goddess ran to his city. Folding her palms, she approached Goddess Katyayani and said, because of the weight of Lord Shiva's dancing, I will lose my life. If you wish to save the world, please stop him. I see the whole world is about to fall into chaos. Hearing the earth goddess' anguished words, Goddess Parvati ran to Lord Shiva. Filled with the nectar of ecstatic love, Lord Shiva danced. Speaking harsh words, the goddess broke Lord Shiva's ecstasy. Returning to external consciousness, Lord Shiva became sorrowful. Seeing Goddess Parvati with a hard heart, he said, what have you done? What have you done? Oh, Goddess, it is very wrong. You broke my ecstatic trance. Breaking it is like death for me. But for you, I have no enemy in the three worlds. Why did you destroy my bliss? Hearing Lord Shiva's anguished words, Goddess Parvati said, please, Master, look at Goddess Earth, who now stands before you. The pressure from your feet pushed her down to Rasta Loka. The material creation is on the verge of destruction. That is why I spoke harshly. I committed an offense. Oh, great Master, please forgive my offense. Smiling, Lord Shiva forgave the goddess. Then the goddess humbly asked, oh, Master, please dispel my doubt. Every day you dance, wrapped in tasting the ecstasy of love for Lord Krishna. Why did you today push the earth down to Rastaloka? Today your form shines like 10 million suns. The material universe cannot bear such brilliant light. Why today did you manifest such wonderful, endless bliss? O glorious Master, please tell me. Lord Shiva said, please hear the blissful news. Narada Muni gave me some of Lord Narayan's prasadam. Lord Vishnu's prasadam is very rare. It's difficult to find in the three worlds. It is the nectar touched by the Lord's lips. Even the Vedas do not know the glories of the Lord's prasadam. I ate the Mahaprasadam offered to the Lord. Now my life has borne its fruit. Today is the auspicious moment of my life. By Narada's mercy, I touched the Lord's Mahaprasadam. Lord Shiva thus spoke these auspicious, glorious nectarian words. Hearing Lord Shiva's words, Goddess Parvati, who is Mahamaya herself, said, all these days, I thought you were a kind and generous person. Your thinking I was like half your body was only a trick. Your love for me was only a pretense. Attaining such rare Mahaprasadam, you ate it all yourself. You did not give any to me. Ashamed, Lord Shiva said, O Parvati, you are not worthy to receive such a treasure. Hearing these words, she became furious and said, I am called by the name Vaishnavi. I also serve Lord Vishnu with devotion. Standing in the assembly of saintly persons, I vow that if in his heart Lord Vishnu is merciful to me, then I will give his Mahaprasadam to everyone in the three worlds. I vow that even the dogs and jackals will attain that prasadam. Hearing Goddess Katyani's vow, Lord Narayana, the master of Vaikuntha, came at once. The goddess respectfully stood and then bowed down. Tears in her eyes, she offered prayers to the Lord. Sighing and her heart overwhelmed, she began to speak. With a joyful heart, Lachana Dasa speaks these words. Lord Narayana gently said, Goddess, do not be unhappy. What you wish will happen. By your ropes of Maya, everyone is blinded. Through you I created the world of birth and death. You are my first potency. You know the truth of devotional service. You are my personified material energy. I am never outside of you. Still, I say you are outside of me. The mercy of which you spoke I give to you. The whole world worships Shiva and Gaura, thinking them the same as me. Shiva and Gauri are my own forms. When you are pleased at heart, you destroy all illusion. You destroy the illusion that you are independent of me. I make this vow to you in the assembly of saintly persons. I will freely give you my Mahaprasadam remnant. By the sweet fragrance of that Mahaprasadam, the saints and sages will become free of all material shackles. They will give up their stubbornness in debate. Hearing Lord Narayana's words, Goddess Katyana said, if in your heart you're indeed merciful to me, then you must give me your prasadam remnant. Then every living entity in the world will eat that prasadam. Everyone in the three worlds will easily attain that prasadam. Decorated with the jewels of all virtues, Lord Narayana said, I will keep my vow. I will tell you an ancient secret, a secret that will destroy all fears of the flames of repeated birth and death. No one knows this secret. When using Mount Mandara as the churning rod and the serpent Anata as the rope, the demigods churn the milk ocean. The Kalpa Vriksha tree was born from the friction of churning. The Kalpa Vriksha grants every desire anyone may ask, every desire in the heart. Whatever opulence a person requests, it grants. It does not turn its face from any request. The Kalpa Vriksha tree, which is the glorious, effulgent, and beautiful king of trees, comes from the form of Sri Chaitanya, is my own form, is the king of mercy, has no equal. I will descend to the earth as Sri Chaitanya. I will become a sannyasi. I will enjoy many pastimes. I, the master of the three worlds, will stay on the earth and mercifully preach the truth, manifesting a human-like form. I will preach the Sankirtana movement in Kali Yuga. My form will be splendid like gold. I will keep my vow. I will preach the highest spiritual love. Now I've revealed my heart to you. Please keep that secret hidden in your heart also. In Kali Yuga, I will come as Lord Gaura, the best of incarnations, and with my own glories, I will deliver the world. This conversation of Goddess Katyani and Lord Vishnu is revealed in the Brahma Purana, Uttakala Kanda. King Prataparuda, who is an ocean of transcendental virtues, distributed many copies of this passage.
Yeah.
Smiling. Yeah.
Lord Chaitanya came to preach the highest love, the highest love. And so it continues by the devotees empowered with that highest love. Highest love is this Shiva, this he had this laughing and crying thing. It's very unique, very unusual. That's why nobody could understand Lord Shiva. He's very deep. And so this love makes one very, very deep into the truth. It's Radha Krishna devotion, very rarely seen in this world. And that's why people, it's not surprising, even Vaishnavas, they don't understand what we're doing here. What is this? What is this? What are you doing? What is this? What is this? Well, we know who you don't, we worship who you don't understand very well, because you have to have this bhakti. Like Lord Chaitanya was glorifying devotion, and how that's the only way to know him. And the washermen, we've mentioned this so many times. It's nice to run across it, where the Lord himself said that, the washerman saw me, he did austerities and everything to see me, and he got to see me, but he had no bhakti. So being around devotees, they awaken this bhakti, so that when we see the Lord through our ears, through chanting, we begin to feel the bliss of that, the ecstasy of that, and hear the pastimes of the Lord, and it's very attractive. And so Lord Chaitanya's pastimes, because he's giving this to everybody, even the jackals and the dogs, being jackals as anybody, just any low-born person. People coming here, if they just come here and they just come and take these remnants, take the association of the devotees here, because that's what we're eating. We're living on that. And you could be a jackal, you could be a dog, you could be really low. It's, I just, a lot of times these devotees got to understand, it's not about how great a devotee you are. I keep seeing devotees that don't get this. They think they come here, they're addicted to drugs, and they're this, or they're addicted to drugs and sense gratification, and they say, "Oh, I can't be a good devotee," and that's their problem. You're trying to be a good devotee. No, don't. Just be a jackal. Come here as a jackal and admit, I'm a jackal. I'm a wretched person, like Mukunda was even saying, and just come and eat the prasadam, and realize, not by your own strength and by being a good devotee, that they teach you in ISKCON that you got to be Mr. Perfect and all that stuff. You're going to get this mercy. No, just admit you're a jackal and a wretched person, and just come here and take the prasad, because it's already been ordained by Shiva and Parvati. It's here. Just come and eat it. And don't try to be, as soon as you start thinking you want to be a great devotee or something special, or you got to be good and better and worthy, boom, you lost your qualification. Sorry, man. Because the truth is, you're a jackal and you're a nobody, and just a wretched person. That's the truth. I mean, we're all like that. Stop trying to be something special. That's the false ego. That's the people who leave here. See, they're gone. They're gone, and they were trying to attain Krishna by being special, important. See? And they become harder and harder and harder, like a rock. And they think that's the truth. No, that's the thing. There's so many out there like that.
And Harry, they're going to realize they're missing out, because this is getting so colorful now. It's getting so colorful. They're going to be thinking, oh, well, I don't know what anyone else is thinking really, but I would imagine, oh, it's getting so colorful. Can I go back? It's that thing. Can I go back? Sometimes it's hard to go back, but we always welcome. I've never seen you turn anybody away who's fallen on their face, made an ass of themselves. You've always welcomed them back. There's no axe to grind with the past. It's just to come back in, and that's it. It's as simple as that. You can come back.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
It's simple. You just take the association of devotees. This is a very rare gift here, and whoever does will be happy, truly happy, and will overcome. The Lord will protect you from his Maya, and the Maya is in full force now, man. It's really. The people are lining up for the vaccinations. I mean, I was over here, and they make it like a privilege to die. I mean, it's amazing. I went over to investigate there with the big lines, and I said, "Oh yeah, how do you get a vaccination?" And they said, "Oh, you got to have an appointment. You got to be a privileged person." They make it a big privilege to die. They're lining them up to die. It's just and this is the Lord's Maya. It makes you think what is bad for you is good. You know, I had a dream last night with where I just saw how in the Battle of Kurukshetra, well, in the pastimes with Krishna in Krishna Lila, it's very similar to what's going on here. Yudhisthira and the Pandavas, they represented religion, like more than that. They really represent Dharma, the scriptural Dharma, like Vaishnava scriptural Dharma. I mean, they lived it. They lived by the. If you ever read Mahabharata, you'll see it's all about being a moral, good person and all that stuff. And they lived by these codes. And the thing is, this was overrun by Kamsa and also like Duryodhana, this other ones. They were very deceitful, tricky, deceptive. See, and so because of this, they usurped the kingdom. See, just like now, the usurping from people. The last thread of morality actually was with maybe Trump. And that was the deal breaker. Once they lied, they cheated, they to get in there, they get this communist guy in, and he's destroying everything. And so anyway, so these guys, they usurp the kingdom. They have these qualities, and how the Pandavas got it back is because they were like cited by the demigods they were like demigods. They were actually sons of the demigods, and how the rightful rulers of the world came back in charge is they got the help of Krishna. See, and Duryodhana didn't want it. He just wanted the opulences. They're the ones, they want all the technology. They want all the bells and whistles of the technocracies to help them. See, so that's the demonic, and they're usurping the kingdom from the moral people. So the ones who are more demigod-like, they want to live, by some kind of at least religious code. So what's going to help is the Lord, because they turn to the Lord. You notice Christians, they're trying to fight this, many of them, but they still know they have their faith in God, faith in the Lord. And those who are, first is there's the big falling away, those who don't have real strong faith in the Lord, and they fall away and they start to be caught up by the Maya. They start to believe in this bullshit that you see, they're on that side, even though they're in religion. So those are the ones, those and the worldly people, they're being, just like with back then, there are millions of people who died, millions. And the same kind of thing obviously is happening now, but what will be saved is a remnant. And those are the ones that the Lord will side with, because we are surrendering to that Lord. The Lord usually doesn't take sides. He's giving power to the demons and the demigods, right? He's equal in that sense. But he's favorable to he's partial to his devotees. See, so that's the thing. If you're a devotee and actual with devotion and all that, the Lord is partial and will help you overcome this illusion, that's going on. See, so that's why you see again and again the Lord saves his devotees, because he's equal. It'll just, okay, whatever goes on is okay, but my devotees are suffering. I gotta step in, because he's partial. If you're a devotee, that's what he did with Prahlad. Hiranyakashipu took over the whole universe, and Nishingadev saved it just because of one real strong devotee, Prahlad. And everyone benefited, even the demons. So it's a pastime. It's amazing, actually, these times we're in here. Yeah.
Yeah, and when I was going through the class, I really, you referred to it as a war of the words, and it makes a great poster. There's a lot of food for thought within that poster, that kind of image, isn't it? That's what we're in, a war of words.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Did you
And
see it?
people,
That picture that you made? Then I put Schwarzenegger in it, and it says, "Come with us if you want to live."
I was just this very morning thinking of how Schwarzenegger's father's got Third Reich, was in Third Reich, how Bill Gates' father's a depopulationist. I was just thinking this very morning
Yeah.
that, and then that post I saw. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, but that's the truth, isn't it? If you want to live, come with us.
yeah.
Um,
Sadhu Sangha daily.
Sadhu Sangha. I see a lot of people fighting it. They're trying to fight it, and I do still go on threads and put out the basics of
Yeah.
3 modes of nature, because that's, people haven't got that reference, and
They don't.
threads
Yeah.
are always public. There might be 50, 100 people, so you're never really talking to one person. So it's giving an opportunity to people to get the basics.
Mhm.
This is just standard modes of nature, etc.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay, Christina, why don't you read to us something?
Yeah. Get on, Christina.
I'm gonna wake her up.
Yeah.
Everybody.
She's in
Hey,
too much of a
Krishna,
trance.
this.
She's in too much of a trance. We got to wake her up a little bit.
She's blissed out. She's probably been dancing to Bob Marley and reggae all
Yeah.
stars.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, stir it up.
She's
One
our
love.
wild Amazon.
Krishna.
She's the wild Amazon woman. Uh-oh. We lost her.
Oh, come back. Where's she gone?
Well, I'll get her back. She's it's techno thing.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Yeah,
Hare
and
Hare.
put a shirt on there. Otherwise, I'm going to have to take you off there. Put a shirt on. You know, I don't want to lose my broadcast because you don't have a shirt on. Take it. Put a shirt on.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Hare Hare, Krishna,
Krishna.
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 Freddie says, while we're waiting for her, Freddie says, there she is.
Yeah.
There we are again. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Yeah, she went and she came back.
Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna. I'm preparing. I'm coming. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Oh gosh. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Oh, great to hear you all, to feel the transcendental vibrations. Really great to have Krishna and Guru and all of you.
Great to see you.
This off. Woo, good to see you. Jai Krishna, Jai Guru, Jai devotees. Oh, so great to have Krishna. To wake up laughing with Krishna. Oh. Yeah. And yeah, indeed. Thank you for allowing this fool to read Krishna. Thank you. And I'm fully depending upon your mercy and upon Guru's mercy, because without you, I'm just nothing. I cannot do anything. So I'm very grateful to be with me, to come to me. Grateful with every spark of happiness and bliss you can give me. I'm so grateful. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. I offer my respectful obeisances. Hare Krishna. to my spiritual master, Srila Gauraridas Maharaj. Thank you, Krishna. Thank you for bringing him to my life. Thank you to Tom, who actually brought him to me, and ultimately it's all Krishna who is doing this. And thanks to my godfather, which I call him my transcendental godfather, thanks to his mercy, thanks to you, Krishna, thanks to him.
You better remember that or you're going to get whacked.
I can be
Gonna get taken out.
Thanks to that, I'm where I'm now and relishing all these transcendental mellows. Thank you. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. I offer my respectful obeisances unto all the devotees of the world, unto the devotees of Sri Krishna Chaitanya. I offer my respectful obeisances to Nityananda, to all the incarnations of the Lord Jesus Christ, Hare Krishna, and to all these precious devotees here in the Sangha who are so fortunate to have Krishna in their heart. Thank you. And so let's start. Let's read where I left off yesterday. It's Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. It's from. Is that all right, Guru? If I read from yesterday, the same.
Don't ask permission. Just do it. You guys are grown-ups now.
Okay, so Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila, Volume 1. And it's chapter 4. And thank you. I'm going to read where I left off yesterday. Hare Krishna. These two were then initiated by Madhavendra Puri, and he entrusted them with the daily service of the Lord. This service was performed continuously, and the worship of the deity became very gorgeous. Thus Madhavendra Puri was very pleased. In this way, the deity worship in the temple was very gorgeously performed for 2 years. Then one day, Madhavendra Puri had a dream. In his dream, Madhavendra Puri saw Gopala, who said, "My bodily temperature still has not decreased. Please bring sandalwood from the Malaja province and smear the pulp over my body to cool me. Bring sandalwood pulp for Jagannatha Puri. Kindly go quickly, since no one else can do it. You must." After having this dream, Madhavendra Puri Goswami became very glad due to ecstasy of love of Godhead. Hare Krishna. And in order to execute the command of the Lord, he started east towards Bengal. Before leaving, Madhavendra Puri made all arrangements for regular deity worship, and he engaged different people in various duties. And then, taking up the order of Gopala, he started for Bengal. When Madhavendra Puri arrived at the house of Advaita Acharya in Santipura, the Acharya became very pleased upon seeing the ecstatic love of Godhead manifest in Madhavendra Puri. Advaita Acharya begged to be initiated by Madhavendra Puri. After initiating him, Madhavendra Puri started for South India. Going into South India, Sri Madhavendra Puri visited Remuna, where Gopinatha is situated. Upon seeing the beauty of the deity, Madhavendra Puri was overwhelmed. In the corridor of the temple from which people generally viewed the deity, Madhavendra Puri chanted and danced. Then he sat down there and asked the Brahmana what kinds of foods they offered to the deity. From the excellence of the arrangements, Madhavendra Puri understood by deduction that only the best food was offered. Madhavendra Puri thought, I shall inquire from the priest what foods are offered to Gopinatha, so that by making arrangements in our kitchen, we can offer similar foods to Sri Gopala. When the Brahmana priest was questioned about this matter, he explained in detail what kinds of foods were offered to the deity of Gopinatha. The Brahmana priest said, in the evening, the deity is offered sweet rice in 12 earthen pots because the taste is as good as nectar, Amrita. It is named Amrita Keli. This sweet rice is celebrated throughout the world as Gopinatha Kshira. It is not offered anywhere else in the world. While Madhavendra Puri was talking with the Brahmana priest, the sweet rice was placed before the deity as an offering. Hearing this, Madhavendra Puri thought as follows: if without my asking, a little sweet rice is given to me, I can then taste it and make a similar preparation to offer my Lord Gopala. Madhavendra Puri became greatly ashamed when he desired to taste the sweet rice, and he immediately began to think of Lord Vishnu. While he was thus thinking of Lord Vishnu, the offering was completed and the Arati ceremony began. After the Arati was finished, Madhavendra Puri offered his obeisances to the deity and then left the temple. He did not say anything more to anyone. Sri Madhavendra Puri avoided begging. He was completely unattached and indifferent to material things. If without his begging someone offered him some food, he would eat. Otherwise, he would fast. A Paramahamsa, like Madhavendra Puri, is always satisfied in the loving service of the Lord. Material hunger and thirst cannot impede his activities. When he desired to taste a little sweet rice offered to the deity, he considered that he had committed an offense by desiring to eat what was being offered to the deity. Madhavendra Puri left the temple and sat down in the village marketplace, which was vacant. Sitting there, he began to chant. In the meantime, the temple priest laid the deity down to rest. Finishing his daily duties, the priest went to take rest. In a dream, he saw the Gopinatha deity come to talk to him, and he spoke as follows. "O priest, please get up and open the door of the temple. I have kept one pot of sweet rice for Sannyasi Madhavendra Puri. This pot of sweet rice is just behind my cloth curtain. You did not see it because of my tricks. A sannyasi named Madhavendra Puri is sitting in the vacant marketplace. Please take this pot of sweet rice from behind me and deliver it to him." Awakening from the dream, the priest immediately rose from bed and thought it wise to take a bath before entering the deity's room. He then opened the temple door. According to the deity's directions, the priest found the pot of sweet rice behind the cloth curtain. He removed the pot and mopped up the place where it had been kept. He then went out of the temple. Closing the door of the temple, he went to the village with a pot of sweet rice. He called out in every stall in search of Madhavendra Puri. Holding the pot of sweet rice, the priest called, "Will he whose name is Madhavendra Puri please come?" "Please come and take this pot. Gopinatha has stolen this pot of sweet rice for you." The priest continued, "Would the sannyasi, whose name is Madhavendra Puri, please come and take this pot of sweet rice and enjoy the prasad and enjoy the prasadam with great happiness. You are the most fortunate person within these three worlds." Hearing this invitation, Madhavendra Puri came out and identified himself. The priest then delivered the pot of sweet rice and offered his obeisances, falling flat before him. When the story about the pot of sweet rice was explained to him in detail, Sri Madhavendra Puri at once became absorbed in ecstatic love for Krishna. He became absorbed in ecstatic love of Krishna. Krishna. Upon seeing the ecstatic loving symptoms manifest in Srila Madhavendra Puri, the priest was struck. The priest was struck with wonder. He could not understand why Krishna had become so much obliged to him, and he saw that Krishna's action was befitting. The priest offered his obeisances to Madhavendra Puri and returned to the temple. Then in ecstasy, Madhavendra Puri ate the sweet rice offered to him by Krishna. He ate the sweet rice offered to him by Krishna. Krishna. After this, Madhavendra Puri washed the pot and broke it into pieces. He then bound all the pieces in his outer cloth and kept them nicely. Each day, Madhavendra Puri would eat one piece of that earthen Each day, Madhavendra Puri would eat one piece of that earthen pot, and after eating it, he would immediately be overwhelmed with ecstasy. These are wonderful stories. Having broken the pot and bound the pieces in his cloth, Madhavendra Puri began to think, the Lord has given me a pot of sweet rice, and when the people hear of this tomorrow morning, there will be great crowds. Thinking this, Sri Madhavendra Puri offered his obeisances to Gobinatha and the spot, and he left from Ramunya before morning. Walking and walking, Madhavendra Puri finally reached Jagannatha Puri, which is also known as Nilakala. There is, sorry. Yeah.
Ciao.
There he saw Lord Jagannatha and was overwhelmed with loving ecstasy. When Madhavendra Puri was overwhelmed in the ecstasy of love of Godhead, he sometimes stood up and sometimes fell to the ground. Wow. Hare Krishna. Sometimes he laughed, dancing and sang. In this way, he enjoyed transcendental bliss by seeing the Jagannatha deity. When Madhavendra Puri came to Jagannatha Puri, people were aware of his transcendental reputation. Therefore, crowds of people came and offered him all sorts of respects in devotion. Even though one may not like its reputation as ordained by providence comes to him. It comes to him. Indeed, one's transcendental reputation is known throughout the entire world. Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Being afraid.
We can see the benedictions are true that we just read from Parvati, that even the low people will get this bhakti. All they have to do is, like it says, anyone who hears these pastimes will develop this love of God, this very special love, the devotion. See, and then you can relish them and taste the association of the transcendental Lord. It's everything. It's amazing. Yeah.
Thank you, Guru. Being afraid of this reputation, Madhavendra Puri fled from Ramuna. But the reputation brought by love of Godhead is so sublime that it goes along with the devotee as if following him. Madhavendra Puri wanted to leave Jagannatha Puri because the people were honoring him as a great devotee. However, this threatened to hinder. Just a second. Wipe away the tears of my glasses. Because Madhavendra Puri wanted to leave Jagannatha Puri because the people were honoring him as a great devotee. However, his threatened to hinder his collecting sandalwood for the Gopala deity. However, this threatened to hinder his collecting sandalwood for the Gopala deity. Sri Madhavendra Puri told all the servants of Lord Jagannatha and all the great devotees there the story of the appearance of Sri Gopala. When all the devotees of Jagannatha Puri heard that the Gopala deity wanted sandalwood, in great pleasure they all endeavored to collect it. Those who were acquainted with the government of officers met with them and begged for camphor and sandalwood, which they collected. One Brahmana and one servant were given to Madhavendra Puri just to carry the sandalwood. He was also given the necessary traveling expenses. To get past the toll collectors along the way, Madhavendra Puri was supplied with the necessary release papers from government officers. The papers were placed in his hand. In this way, Madhavendra Puri started for Vrindavana with the burden of sandalwood, and after some days, he again reached the village of Remuna and the Gopinatha temple there. When Madhavendra Puri reached the temple of Gopinatha, he offered his respectful obeisances many times at the lotus feet of the Lord. In ecstasy of love, he began to dance and sing without cessation. Hare Krishna. When the priest of Gopinatha saw Madhavendra Puri again, he offered all respects to him, and giving him the sweet rice prasadam, made him eat. Madhavendra Puri took rest that night in the temple, but toward the end of the night he had another dream. Madhavendra Puri dreamt that Gopala came before him and said, "O Madhavendra Puri, I have already received all the sandalwood and camphor. Now just grind all the sandalwood together with the camphor and then smear the pulp on the body of Gopinatha deity until it is finished. There is no difference between my body and Gopinatha's body. They are one and the same. Therefore, if you smear the sandalwood pulp on the body of Gopinatha, you will naturally also smear it on my body. Thus, the temperature of my body will be reduced. You should not hesitate to act according to my order." Yeah, that's very important. Believing in me, just do what is needed. After giving these instructions, Gopala disappeared and Srila Madhavendra Puri awoke. He immediately called for all the servants of Gopinatha and they came before him. Madhavendra Puri said, "Smear the body of Gopinatha with this camphor and sandalwood I have brought for Gopala in Vrindavana. Do this regularly every day. If the sandalwood pulp is smeared over the body of Gopinatha, then Gopala will be cooled. After all, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is completely independent. His order is all-powerful." The servants of Gopinatha became very pleased to hear that in the summer of all the sandalwood pulp, in the summer, all the sandalwood pulp would be used to anoint the body of Gopinatha. Madhavendra Puri said, "These two assistants will regularly grind the sandalwood, and you should also get 2 other people to help. I shall pay their salaries." In this way, Gopinatha was supplied ground sandalwood pulp daily. The servants of Gopinatha were very pleased with this. In this way, the sandalwood pulp was smeared over the body of Gopinatha until the whole stock was finished. Madhavendra Puri stayed there until that time. At the end of summer, Madhavendra Puri returned to Jagannatha Puri, where he remained with great pleasure during the whole period of Chaturmasya. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally praised the nectarian characteristics of Madhavendra Puri. And while he related all this to the devotees, he personally relished it. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asked Nityananda Prabhu to judge whether there was anyone within the world as fortunate as Madhavendra Puri. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Madhavendra Puri was so fortunate that Krishna personally appeared before him on the plea of delivering milk. 3 times the Lord gave orders to Madhavendra Puri in dreams, being obliged because of the loving affairs of Madhavendra Puri. Lord Krishna himself appeared as the Gopala deity, and accepting his service, he deliberated the whole world. Oh, wow. On account of Madhavendra Puri, Lord Gopinatha stole the pot of sweet rice. Thus he became famous as Krishna Kora, the thief who stole the sweet rice. Madhavendra Puri smeared the sandalwood pulp over the body of Gopinatha, and in this way he was overpowered with love of Godhead. In the provinces, wow, yeah, there's no greater service than service to the Lord. In the provinces of India, governed by the Muslims, there was much inconvenience in traveling with sandalwood and camphor. Because of this, Madhavendra Puri might have gotten into trouble. This became known to the Gopala deity. The Lord is very merciful and attached to his devotees. So when Gopinatha was covered with sandalwood pulp, Madhavendra Puri's labor became successful. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu placed the standard of Madhavendra Puri's intense love before Nityananda Prabhu for judgment. All his loving activities are uncommon, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said. Indeed, one is struck with wonder in here of his activities.
The Lord protects his intimate devotees like that because of their ecstatic attraction. So the Lord protects them, and didn't want him to fall into troubles and all that. And so, that's the way the Lord is. That's why, we depending on his grace is an intelligent thing to do, because through his grace we'll overcome problems and difficulties. Okay, trusting in that Lord. Yeah, it's really wonderful. I mean, it's just amazing just by taking the remnants of this. See, like he anyway, you take the remnants of this pastime, you get this ecstatic devotion awakening. This is the greatest gift. This liberates people so easily from the cycle of birth and death, just because you're attracted now to the transcendental Lord. See, so now that's the method, and it so easily awakens. You know how long Brahma had to do austerities to get this kind of awakening of devotion and attraction to Krishna? Long time, but the Lord is giving it so easily, because once we become attracted like this, then we get empowered to deliver the world also by teaching and sharing and what do you call, glorifying this path, glorifying this mercy. Yeah. Well, one person was said, "I'm part of this parivar and this parivar" yesterday, and I said, she says, "Where are you from?" I says, I'm from Lord Chaitanya's Amazing Grace place." I told her, I said, "I serve all the parivars." If they haven't awakened ecstatic devotion to Krishna, that's what we do here. We'll serve all the disciplic lines. I think that's a good service, huh? They're all thinking, "Oh, after many lifetimes we can get some prema," and here we can serve them prema. You know, it's a great dish, isn't it? Isn't that a great dish to get? Yeah. Go ahead.
Absolutely. It's very, very, very great verse indeed here. And it's so beautiful, like you say, that exactly what is written in these books is just happening now in the presence.
Yeah.
It's just happening now. And all the intimate servants of the Lord are protected by the Lord. So if the Muslims here in this book are a threat, and the Lord hears from that, there we don't have to be afraid, because when we have the Lord in our heart, we are protected, as long as we keep believing in this Lord of wonders. This is exactly how it goes. It's written here. So.
And so it's good because we have this support here of experienced devotees. I remember, I could not get this confirmed here except in the scriptures, and I was looking for some living confirmation, which I couldn't get because this is so rare, this bhakti, and we're bringing it in, and that's just the way it is. I already tried to get confirmation, I couldn't, because persons, they're not overcoming the false ego identification of pride, competition, the competition with this, these are the leaders, many of them, they have competition with this, they're just, it's a threat to their whatever they desiring or something, because I have these. So anyway, I finally had to just go with what Prabhupada's order and Krishna's, confirmation and the Vedas, and just start preaching really firmly, and then watch it awaken in devotees who develop firm faith in this path. And then that's Guru, Sadhu, and Shastra, because you guys become the sadhus. This bhakti awakens in you, and it proves Guru is here, and then the Shastras also confirm it. So, yeah, I mean, it's the greatest thing, because this easily breaks that cycle of birth and death that people, Christina, there are people that have been in Krishna consciousness now for 50 years and don't have what you have. They're gurus, and they don't have.
That's no consciousness.
No. This is where it's all going, is loving Krishna. Really true transcendental love for Krishna and his name and his pastimes. And they don't have this yet, simply because they haven't found this door. See, this is a door to this, or they haven't accepted this door, for whatever, they're, just. So anyway, this is where it's all leading to the door. The door is these branches, and right now they're rare. The branches on the Chaitanya tree that distribute this very rare love. You see, and here in this association, you can cultivate it. If you brought it in from another life, this is a great place to be, because it can be cultivated. And so that's why one by one people are coming here, and this is it, man. This is you to chant these pastimes and partake of those remnants and that ecstasy that arises. is it, man. This is love of Krishna is everything, you know, and just to be in that association forever, it'll never get boring. You'll always be wanting more, hankering for more intimacy, you know. Yeah. So yeah, and so that's the witness here for all of us. We're all witnesses of this mercy, of this truth, of this ecstatic devotion, and its power and its glory. You know, and its ease of transmission to those who develop faith in what we're preaching here. It's ease of transmission. Okay? All sin cannot remain in those who have developed faith in Lord Chaitanya and this way of worship. He takes it all away, you know, and that's the proof. You can't worship the Lord Chaitanya unless you're a liberated soul. He takes care of that. He makes you a saint. He makes you by him being in you, by him awakening this love in you. That is the sainthood. And you never think yourself anything special, because if you do, that's a hindrance. You know, as an obstacle. It can get you booted out of here for a while. And then I'll pull you back. You know, there's a few people that have left here back and forth, been back and forth, in and out the door for a little bit. They got to get it clear, you know, what's going on. Yeah. Okay, Bhakti Tom. Or actually, Karuna, you want to read?
Thank you, Guru.
Yeah, you want to read a little bit? Yeah. Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see if he
can I be spontaneous, or do I follow your instruction?
Well, it depends. Let me hear what your spontaneous thing is. What do you want to read?
Page 3 of the Sun.
Page what?
Page 3 of the Sun.
Of the Sun. What do you mean of the Sun?
Oh, it's a Vaishnava newsletter. Sampradaya Sun.
Oh, okay, let's try it out. Let's see how it works.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I have to make a cup of tea. Maybe Tom can read. Sorry.
Okay. All right, Tom, you're on.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Where's your guitar?
Yes, it's here. Need glasses. Hare Krishna. Can you please tell me who is where is it? Hare Krishna. It's Upendra.
Upendra.
Who is Upendra? Govina was reading about that.
I don't know. It could be. It depends on what lead. There's Upendra Das, and then there's Upendra in Krishna Lila, and then there's Upendra somewhere. I don't know. So, yeah, I don't know.
Okay. I have this book, Sri Brihat Bhagavatamrita.
Okay, read from it.
Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya, Jaya Nityananda, Jaya Shri Dvaita Chandra, Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Shri Chaitanya. Jaya Krishna Chaitanya. Whoa. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi, Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I offer my obeisances to Srila Gaurharidas, his parampara, and followers, listeners. Chapter 6. Priyatam, the most beloved. Sri Parikshit said, Noble mother, after hearing Ugrasena's advice, Narad, the dear devotee of Lord Mahavishnu, became absorbed in the taste of exalted love of God, which seized him in his grip. Forgetting everything else, he started off, Veena in hand. Having spent much time before in Dwarka, Narada automatically took the familiar roads to the center of the city. Amazing roads that led to the neighborhood of the Lord's palaces, and came to a palace of Krishna that he knew how to reach from earlier visits. Under the spell of intense transcendental agitation, Narad seemed like an ordinary person haunted by a ghost. My dear mother, please now be fully attentive. No, he sometimes tripped and fell to the ground, and sometimes stood motionless. Sometimes his body trembled, or he rolled on the ground, or he wept in great distress. He sometimes shouted and jumped about, sometimes sang and danced, and sometimes all the transformations of priceless love of God converged in him at once. My dear mother, please now be fully attentive. Listen soberly with steady concentration to what I am about to say. That day, Lord Krishna was for some reason disturbed in mind and asleep in the inner quarters. And Uddhava had left him and sat down nearby on the terrace at the edge of the palace. There Uddhava was joined by Baladeva, Devaki, and Rohini, and queens of Krishna like Rukmini and Satyabhama, as well as various maidservants and other ladies, including Kamsa's mother, Padmavati, a lady who had the habit of making public gossip out of Krishna's personal affairs. All of them sat there, silent, in shock. They saw that Sri Narada had arrived and that he was acting strange. Standing up, they brought him carefully to where they had been sitting. They took a moment to restore him to a condition closer to normal and wiped dry his face, wet with tears of love. They spoke to him simply and gently. They said, "We have never seen you behave like this. What is this sudden change in you, dear Brahmana? Please sit here quietly for a moment." Sri Parikshit said. Narada replied in a choking voice, tears flowing from his eyes. As he began to speak, he opened his eyes with difficulty and bowed down to offer respects. He was trembling, and the hairs on his body stood erect. Sri Narad said, please arrange for me to meet with Uddhava, the only true object of exquisite good fortune, or else let me have from his feet one particle of dust. Then alone will my heart be at peace. Commentary. Uddhava was present right in front of Narada, but the sage, in his ecstasy, failed to notice him. Narad first begged to be brought before Uddhava, but then reconsidered and thought himself probably unworthy to meet him. By explaining the demands of his heart, Narada answered the question about the cause of his strange behavior. Text 14. He had received an abundance of our Lord's mercy, never gained by the Lord's other servants. He has received an abundance of our Lord's mercy, never gained by the Lord's other servants. In the past or even now, because Uddhava is the greatest of all Vaishnavas. The Lord himself calls Uddhava one of his own special expansions. No one has ever been as dear to the Lord, neither the Lord's direct sons like Brahma, nor friends like Shiva, nor brothers like Balaram, nor the goddess Rama, or the Lord's other wives. Not even his own unique transcendental body is as dear. The Supreme Lord's own words, disclosed in the Puranas, tell the abounding glories of Uddhava's good fortune. Those words, born of Sri Krishna's causeless mercy, are unlike any others heard in this world. Those words, born of Sri Krishna's causeless mercy, are unlike any others heard in this world. The Yadava heroes now tell those words in songs. The Yadava heroes now tell those words in songs. Alas, when those words enter the home of my heart through the gateway of the ears, they steal all my wealth of sobriety. Sri Parikshit said, impelled by great respect for Narad, Uddhava suddenly stood up, held Narada's feet, and embraced them. Aware of what Narada was thinking, Uddhava remembered many devotees who had received the Lord's special favor. As Uddhava meditated on those devotees, their love for the Lord and the wealth of their lowing ecstasies, he felt distress, thinking himself fallen, and cried helplessly. Only with some effort was he able to regain his composure. When he became joyful and spoke to the sage, moved by the sattvika emotion of jealousy, then he became joyful and spoke to the sage, moved by the sattvika emotion of jealousy. Sriman Uddhava said, Sriman Uddhava said, Almighty One, knower of everything, most truthful speaker, greatest of sages, you are the master who teaches the means and the ends of bhakti. You are the master who teaches the means and the ends of bhakti, devotional service to the Supreme Lord. All you just said about me and more is self-evident to me. I knew it was true before you said it, and so did others. What I saw on my recent trip to Vraj took my pride in my special good fortune and suddenly crushed it to dust. What I saw on my recent trip to Vraj took my pride in my special good fortune and suddenly crushed it to dust. Since then, I have understood the amazing sweetness of Krishna's mercy. Since then, I have understood the amazing sweetness of Krishna's mercy. Wow, amazing mercy. Since then, I have understood the amazing sweetness of Krishna's mercy, of love for him, and of those who possess that love. Wow. Just by what I saw in Vraj, I came to be most blessed. I was swept away in an ocean of ecstasy, thinking myself completely favored by the Lord, the recipient of his most extreme mercy. Everyone here knows very well what I then sang in my ecstasy, what desires I had and what I did. Better for now not to speak on those matters further. O best of sages, I bow down to you again and again, and I beseech you, please curb your eagerness to relish those various affairs. O best of sages, I bow down to you again and again, and I beseech you, please curb your eagerness to relish those various affairs. Sri Parikshit said, because Rohini had long lived in Gokula, because Rohini had long lived in Gokula, its residents held her in high regard. She knew the inner meaning of Uddhava's words. She knew the inner meaning of Uddhava's words. So, with tears in her eyes, she decided to speak. Wow. Shri Rohini said, alas, dear servant of Sri Hari, the residents of Raj have by evil fate been all but slain. Alas, dear servant of Sri Hari, the residents of Raj have by evil fate been all but slain. They have lost the last trace of good fortune and are drowning in an ocean of gloom. There they suffer, poisoned and scorched in the flames of an underwater fire. So please do not destroy my moment of happiness by reminding me of them. When Sri Vasudeva brought me back from Gokula, when Sri Vasudeva brought me back from Gokul, the cries of the greatly distraught Yashoda made even stones shed tears, and lightning bolts chatter. And who can let the mouth speak about the other women of Raj, who after Krishna left became like living corpses? But I am not very intelligent. After your Lord returned from the house of his spiritual master, my sadness drove me to tell him briefly how the Vraja Vasis were faring. This, though, did not soften his heart, since he did, in response, was sent you, an expert in the clever art of delivering messages. This, though, did not soften his heart, since all he did in response was send you, an expert in the clever art of delivering messages. It is your Lord's greatest favor and mercy on them. Is this your Lord's greatest favor and mercy on them, as your worship imply? Is this your Lord's greatest favor and mercy on them, as your words imply? My own experience is this. When Krishna lived in Vraj, so many calamities threatened to destroy it. When Krishna lived in Vraj, so many calamities threatened to destroy it. Vraj was disturbed by demons, from Putana to Keshi, by demigods like Varuna and Indra, by creatures like the python, and by the falling of familiar things at Krishna's house like the cart and the Arjuna trees. But to these dangers the residents paid no regards. But to these dangers the residents paid no regard. As if entranced, in each event they wanted only to assure Krishna's welfare. Wow. As if entranced, in each event they wanted only to assure Krishna's welfare. They never thought about themselves. As if entranced, in each event they wanted only to assure Krishna's welfare. They never thought about themselves. Commentary. It was Krishna who entranced the residents of Raj. Acting through his Yoga Maya potency, he diverted them from paying attention to their own safety. At the same time, he completely protected them. Vaishnavas are supposed to cultivate the understanding that Krishna will protect them from all dangers. Rakshi Shatiti Vishvansa Vaishnava Tantra. The Vrajavasis, however, manifested the perfection of this surrender spontaneously without having to practice it. The Vraja Vasis, however, manifested the perfection of this surrender spontaneously without having to practice it. Wow. Wow. This is text 39. I want to remember that one. In natural fondness for the son of Nanda, they fully dedicated everything they owned to his pleasure. In natural fondness for the son of Nanda, they fully dedicated everything they owned to his pleasure. Commentary. So-called love in the material world is always motivated by some selfish desire. So-called love in the material world is always motivated by some selfish desire. But in Sri Vrindavan Dham, everyone loves Krishna without any motive. But in Sri Vrindavan Dham, everyone loves Krishna without any motive. It may be said that unmotivated love of God is also found in Vaikuntha. But that love is restricted by the devotee's awareness of the supremacy of Lord Narayan. In Vrindavan, the residents see Krishna just as Nanda Maharaj Darling's son, and not the Lord of all existence, or even the hero of the Yadu dynasty. Seeing Krishna with this attitude allows the Vrajavasis to freely express their unconditional prema bhakti. Wow. Wow. Even then, your Lord did nothing. Even then, your Lord did nothing to help them. And who could bear to hear me say what he has been doing now to accomplish the goals of his other devotees? Even then, your Lord did nothing to help them. And who could bear to hear me say what he has been doing now to accomplish the goals of his other devotees? Commentary. The word sva may mean his own, indicating that the Lord's own goals are what he was busy fulfilling. The word sva may mean his own, indicating that the Lord's own goals are what he was busy fulfilling. But the word sva, as used here, is best understood to mean his own devotees. But the word sva, as used here, is best understood to mean his own devotees. After Krishna went to Mathura, he satisfied his devotees there by killing Kamsa, and then living with the Yadus for the rest of his life. For the Yadus, this was pleasing to hear about, but for the Vrajavasis and their sympathizers, it could be intolerable. Text 42. Shri Parikshit said, upon hearing this, the mother of the wicked Kamsa spoke out, her head shaking, her manner bold, her judgment spoiled by old age. Shri Parikshit said, upon hearing this, the mother of the wicked Kamsa spoke out, her head shaking, her manner bold, her judgment spoiled by old age. Commentary. Padmavati was not at all ashamed of being the mother of Krishna's great enemy. Padmavati was not at all ashamed of being the mother of Krishna's great enemy, begotten by the demon Drumila. History records that when Krishna killed Kamsa, she lamented uncontrollably, even though all intelligent persons were pleased at her son's death. 43. Padmavati said, just see, since childhood, how Krishna has stayed in the forest full of thorns to guard the cows of those merciless cowards. Commentary. As the name Ashuta indicates, Krishna never fails to carry out his responsibilities, even when they are troublesome. As the name Ashuta indicates, Krishna never fails to carry out his responsibilities, even when they are troublesome. 44. They never even gave him shoes. They never even gave him shoes. And if, when tormented by hunger, he sometimes ate a little stuff made from the milk, the coward women punished him by tying him up. And they scolded him abusively. Because he was young, Krishna had no choice but to tolerate all this pain. Because he was young, Krishna had no choice but to tolerate all this pain. But what does he have to do for those people now? But what does he have to do for those people now? Wow. Commentary. Angry at Krishna's stealing yogurt and buttermilk, Mother Yashoda's neighbors would come to her and complain, your son sometimes comes to our houses before the milking of the cows and releases the calves. And when the master of the house becomes angry, your son merely smiles. Sometimes he devises some process by which he steals palatable curd, butter and milk, which he then eats and drinks. When the monkeys assemble, he divides it with them. And when the monkeys have their bellies so full, they won't take more, he breaks the pots. Sometimes, if he gets no opportunity to steal butter or milk from a house, he will be angry at the householders, and for his revenge, he will agitate the small children by pinching them. Then all the children when the children begin crying, Krishna will go away. Bhagavatam 10:8-29. Padmavati says that the abuse Krishna tolerated was heaped upon him because of Kalagati, the movement of time. This can mean that because he was only a child, he was hardly aware of the impropriety of what the cowards were doing to him. And in any case, it was a situation he was powerless to change. Or else it can mean he was thinking that along as he had to stay incognito in Vraj to hide from Kamsa, he would have to tolerate inconveniences. Text 46. Sri Parikshit said, Rohini, the darling of Vraja, was fully endowed with the gravity of wisdom. Sri Parikshit said, Rohini, the darling of Vraj, was fully endowed with the gravity of wisdom. Ignoring Padmavati's remarks, she went on speaking from where she had left off. Undisturbed, that is my word. Hare Krishna. Text 47. Sri Rohini said, then he went to Sri Mathura, the capital of the Yadus. He killed many enemies, relaxed for a while, and became king of the rulers of kings. Now, honored by countless demigods, whom he has sometimes defeated and sometimes helped, this lord of yours no longer even thinks about the residents of Raj. Sri Parikshit said, Krishna's dear queen Rukmini, Bhishmaka's daughter, who always lived in Krishna's heart, found these words unbearable, and so she spoke up. Sri Rukmini said, my dear mother, you don't understand the inner feelings of Krishna at all. My dear mother, you don't understand the inner feelings of Krishna at all. His heart is softer than newly churned butter. Why are you saying these things? Just hear from me what I have heard. Sometimes at night he says this and that in his sleep. Sometimes in a most sweet voice, he utters names as if calling his cows. Sometimes he calls his girlfriends or some of the coward boys, and sometimes while asleep he acts as if he were placing his flute to his mouth and assumes his enchanting threefold bending form. While asleep he sometimes says, Mother, give me some fresh butter. Sometimes he calls out to me, O Shri Radha, or O Lalita. Sometimes he pulls on my garment and asks me, Chandravali, what are you doing? And sometimes he drenches the pillow on his bed with floods of tears. Then Then at times he suddenly wakes up, rises from bed, and cries in a pitiful voice, drowning us in an ocean of pain and grief. Just last night, he must have seen something in a dream, because today he has been weeping sorrowfully and is beside himself with agitation. Now he's lying in bed as if asleep, his cloth pulled over his head. He has not even performed his morning duties. Sri Pariksit said, then temperamental Satyabhama, surrounded by other wives, answered back in jealous anger. She said, dear Sri Rukmini, why are you prattling on like this? Why talk only about what he does while asleep? Even while active and awake, he seems to have his mind on something else. Even while active and awake, he seems to have his mind on something else. As if dreaming, as if dreaming. Indeed, we are all his wives, only in names. Indeed, we are all his wives, only in name. His young coward maidservants are in fact more dear to him than we are. His young coward maidservants are in fact more dear to him than we are. Sri Pariksit said, blessed Baladeva, the darling son of Rohini and intimate friends of all Gokula, couldn't tolerate hearing these words. Sri Pariksit said, blessed Baladeva, the darling son of Rohini and intimate friends of all Gokula, couldn't tolerate hearing these words. Angrily, he spoke in reply. Sri Baladeva said, dear ladies, all this is nothing but my brother's clever deception. Dear ladies, all this is nothing but my brother's clever deception. We are intent upon speaking about the misery of the residents of Raj. We are intent upon speaking about the misery of the residents of Raj. Misery all too real. And he is simply cheating us. I stayed there in Raj for 2 months and tried to restore the Vraja Vasis to normal. Wow. I stayed there in Raj for 2 months and tried to restore the Vraja Vasis to normal, but nothing I said or did was of any avail. Seeing no other way to achieve my purpose, I made hundreds of promises to them and with great effort finally consoled them to come to some extent. I made hundreds of promises to them and with great effort finally consoled them to come to some extent. Then I managed to pull myself away and hurried back there. Then I managed to pull myself away and hurried back here. Wow. I anxiously requested, Krishna, please find some excuse to go to your coward village just once and save the lives of the people there. I anxiously requested, Krishna, please find some excuse to go to your coward village just once and save the lives of the people there. Commentary: the coward community was made up for Krishna's own people, with whom he had enjoyed the pleasures of his childhood. Now that they were drowning in an ocean of misery, he surely ought to be willing to visit Raj once to save them. From his mouth he said, certainly I shall go. But in his heart he thought otherwise. Indeed, the truth about a person's mind can be known from how he acts. Well, from his mouth he said, certainly I shall go. But in his heart he thought otherwise. Indeed, the truth about a person's mind can be known from how he acts. Commentary: speaking one way while acting in another is proof that one intends to deceive. Shri Parikshit said, hearing this, the personality of Godhead who is ruled by the love of those dear to him suddenly got up from his bed and came outside, loudly weeping. Wow. Shri Parikshit said, hearing this, the personality of Godhead, who is ruled by the love of those dear to him, suddenly got up from his bed and came outside, loudly weeping. From his fully blossoming lotus eyes rained a flood of tears. From his fully blossoming lotus eyes rained a flood of tears. With a choking voice, tormented by compassion for others, he spoke as follows. With a choking voice, tormented by compassion for others, he spoke as follows. The Supreme Lord said, yes, it is true. My heart is made of solid diamonds. It must be so because it has not yet split in half. The Supreme Lord said, yes, it is true. My heart is made of solid diamonds. It must be so because it has not yet split in half. Those devotees took care of me for so long, from the very beginning of my childhood, and still I have forgotten all about their exceptional love. Be that as it may, I must somehow do something to help them. I have indeed been cruel to have caused those gentle souls such extreme grief. I have indeed been cruel to have caused those gentle souls such extreme grief. My brother Uddhava, you know everything, and you are the best of my dear friends. Please tell me at once what I should do. Please lift me from this ocean of distress. Wow. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Shri Parikshit said, Devaki was loving to her son and was a dear friend to Nanda's wife. She said, "You should give your best well wishes, whatever they want." Then, fearing that the kingdom was about to be given away, old Padmavati, the Lord's grandmother, the queen of the Yadu king, Ugrasena, gathered her muddled wits and cleverly feigned a joking spirit. To protect her husband's domain, she spoke up again, even though Balarama's mother had snubbed her by ignoring her previous remarks. Invoking eloquence, Padmavati tried to change the mood, to bring Krishna, the exclusive shelter of the Yadu dynasty, back to normal. Wow. Oh my god. These words back to more normal, to pronounce them in this time. Wow. Wow. Commentary. In her own way, Padmavati had good intention. In her own way, Padmavati had good intentions. She saw that unless Krishna could be calmed down, the whole Yadu clan faced destruction. He might even offer to turn the rule of Dwarka over to Nanda and the cowards. To avert such danger, Padmavati tried a humorous distraction. Padmavati said, "Krishna, why should you lament? Just listen to my advice. While living 11 years in the home of Nanda Gopa, you two brothers enjoyed various comforts. For that I swear, my husband will repay Nanda twice over. My husband will see to it that Garga Muni calculates the amount to the smallest fraction and delivers it by his own hand. And if Nanda owes you payment for tending his cows, let him pay you or not, as he wishes." Wow. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Sri Parikshit said, although the personality of Godhead must have heard these words, although the personality of Godhead must have heard these words, he pretended he had not. Driven by sorrow, he then inquired from Uddhava, as though ignorant. The Supreme Lord said, "O best of learned scholars." The Supreme Lord said, "O best of learned scholars, you know all the thoughts of the residents of Raj. Please tell me without delay, what is it they desire?" Wow. The Supreme Lord said, "O best of learned scholars, you know all the thoughts of the residents of Raj. Please tell me without delay, what is they desire?" Sri Parikshit said, having heard these words from the Lord, the despondent Uddhava was taken aback. He sighed briefly, and then answered, full of remorse. Sriman Uddhava said, "The people of Raj don't want from you the power and wealth of emperors. Wow. The people of Raj don't want from you the power and wealth of emperors, nor the enjoyment found in heaven, nor anything else obtainable in this world or the next. The people of Raj don't want from you the power and wealth of emperors, nor the enjoyment found in heaven, nor anything else obtainable in this world or the next. They desire nothing else but you. They desire nothing else but you. Kindly favor me with your attention. Think over what I am about to say, and then act as you see fit. Kindly favor me with your attention. Think over what I am about to say, and then act as you see fit. Before, when the cowards met Nanda and saw the jewels and other gifts we had sent with him, they spoke with one another, all of them immersed in an ocean of grief. Oh, how very painful. Krishna now thinks we want such presents from him and deserve this kind of mercy. Oh, how painful, Krishna. Oh, how painful. Krishna now thinks he wants such presents. We want such presents from him and to deserve this kind of mercy. Oh, how painful. Oh my God. Hare Krishna. Therefore, damn our lives and the breath that will move, that still moves in our throats. And damn Nanda and the coward men. They should have left these things behind and instead brought Krishna himself. Thus the residents of Raj, including your mother Yashoda, gave up all hope of your return. Already dead, they now refused to eat at all. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nanda felt like someone who has committed a great offense. Nanda felt like someone who had committed a great offense. And for 3 days, he was so utterly miserable, he couldn't say a thing.
So, hello. So I'm in my second rest now. So you guys, whoever wants to read, I'll pop up in a little bit. Whoever wants to continue reading, you can change. You can do, whoever's inspired. So just want to let you know. Keep going. Hare Krishna. Decide what you want. I'm around.
Okay, so I have to talk to other people. I understand.
No, we're all here. Don't worry about other
What you are
people.
doing.
There's 8 people here. There's yeah. So so you decide. Maybe Karuna wants to read. Maybe River wants to read.
Yeah. I want to hear them. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Does anybody want to read?
I want to dance.
Okay. Well, you decide, man.
Are you reading from Brihad Bhagavatamrita?
Read from Chaitanya Bhagavat now a little bit. That's
Where's the spontaneity gone? I told you to go to sleep.
Chaitanya Leela, man, get the friggin' mercy, man. Stop trying to jump way up there.
Yamuna, do you want to read?
Yes. Yes.
Yamuna, you want to read? Cool. I'll dance. You read, and Tom play guitar.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
The world is our stage.
Yes.
Yamuna, 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 Yamuna. Can't hear you.
That's why.
Ah.
I don't play guitar with it because I don't, the volume is
Hare Rama, Hare
too
Rama,
much.
Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Okay. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Okay, we're going to start at chapter 10 of the Anchakanda. We're going to start. That's what it's called in morning. It's called Sri Sundarak Vijayini's pastime.
Pundarik Vijayanidhi.
Say that again.
Pundarik Vijayanidhi.
That guy, yeah.
Yes.
The last chapter in the book. I've really enjoyed reading this book.
Is that when he hears Mukunda and he goes crazy and kicks the tables across the place?
No, I can't remember that one. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna,
Oh,
Krishna,
Jesus Christ.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama. I have my respectful obeisances to Srila Gaura Hari. That's my awesome spiritual master, Acharya of this age. I offer my respectful
Who?
obeisances. Acharya of this age.
Who?
Is that alright? Is that alright?
Who? Who is?
Srila Gaura Hari is the Acharya of this age.
What's
Acharya of
his
this age! Huh?
name?
Stop putting me off. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Oh, I offer my respectful obeisances to all the previous Acharyas. I offer my respectful obeisances to the six Brahmanas. I offer my respectful obeisances to Sri Chaitanya, my life and soul. I offer my respectful obeisances to the whole of the Panchakata, Lord Nityananda, Advaita Acharya, Gadaha and Srivastanda. All glories, all glories. All glories, all glories to Shrimata Radharani, Sri Krishna. Krishna, Krishna. I offer my respectful obeisances to all the intimate devotees and devotees in the Sangha of Srila Gaura Hari Das. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya.
That's you and me, Tom. That's you and me, Tom. Yeah, that's us.
What are you talking about?
You said all the devotees, all the assembled devotees. That's us.
Yeah, you're listening, aren't you? Well done.
Yeah, that's right.
Jaya Jaya Shri
Only
Chaitanya.
those on Steam Lab, nobody else. Only Steam
Yeah,
Lab labs.
You're very loud and it's really scratchy. Like a shadow behind your voice.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Where you're standing now is good. Great.
Well, I
Are you
got a
very
microphone.
friendly?
Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jai Nityananda. Jai Shri Advaita Chandra Jai Gaura Bhaktavinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, Krishna. All glory to the Supreme Lord, Sri Gaura Chandra, who is marked with the sign of the Srivasta. All victory to the embodiment of the eternal religion of all souls, Sri Gaura Hari, for he is the crest jewel manifesting from the ocean bed of the womb of Sri Sachi Mata.
I have to leave and watch from Facebook. Bye bye.
Why? Why?
Because he wants to,
Ah,
and it's
I
none
have
of
to.
your business.
okay. See ya.
Bye.
Oh. And then there
All
was
glory
three.
to you. All glory. All glory to you, O Gaura Gopala, for you are always attracted to and propagate the congregational chanting of the Lord's holy name. You are the protector of your beloved devotees, and death personified for the evil wrongdoers. All victory, all victory to Sri Gauranga with all his followers, simply by hearing the pastimes of Sri Krishna Chaitanya. Simply by hearing the pastimes of Sri Krishna Chaitanya, one develops bhakti, pure devotion, and acting the role of a sannyasi, the supreme hero of Vaikuntha enjoyed the company of his devotees. One day, the Supreme Lord Sri Gaurahari was sitting contentedly when Sri Advaita Acharya came, offered obeisances and sat down. The Lord smiled and inquired of Sri Advaita, "Where are you coming from and what work have you been doing?" Sri Advaita replied, "I took darshan of Lord Jagannath and now I have come to see you." The Lord insisted, "Yes, but after having darshan of Lord Jagannath, what did you do?" Sri Advaita replied, First I had darshan of Jagannath and then I circumambulated him several times. When the Lord heard Radakshina circumambulate, he smiled and said, "You have defeated me." Surprised, Sri Advaita inquired, In what manner have I lost? First, tell me, and then you can calm. Yeah. Tell me, and then you can claim to have won. The Lord replied, "Very well. Then hear how you have lost your circumambulated Lord Jagannath. So each time you were behind the deities, you could not have darshan of the sweet smiling face of the Lord. When I take darshan of the Lord, the entire time my eyes never leave. Oh. When I take darshan of the Lord, the entire time my eyes never leave the transcendental face of the Lord. Jagannath, Jagannath, face of Lord Jagannath, whether I stand on the left side or on the right side. Okay. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Oh, 70. Okay, you're right. It doesn't make sense. When I darshan of the Lord, the entire time my eyes never leave the transcendental face of Lord Jagannath, whether I stand on the left or stand on the right. Whereas each time you go behind, his radiant face is lost to your vision. Sri Advaita, Sri Advaita then admitted, with folded palms, truly, I have been completely defeated by you. Other than you, no one in the three worlds understands the significance of what you have said. I have lost to your transcendental reasoning. Krishna, Rama, Rama. Transcendental reasoning. The entire assembly of Vaishnavas are joyful by hearing such a transcendental topic and exchange. They jubilantly chanted the holy name aloud. Sri Gaurahari was constantly finding ways to convert everyday experiences into a point of instruction for his disciples. Moreover, in his dealings with everyone, especially Sri Advaita, he was always very affectionate. One day, Srila Gaurahari Pandit revealed to the Lord his reasoning for wanting to reinitiation. He said, I have revealed my Ista mantra, the mantra of one's worshipful deity, that I received from my guru to an undeserving person. And since then, my mind is disturbed. My Lord, you kindly reinitiate me with the same Ista mantra. Then my mind will become jubilant again. The Lord replied, be very careful that you do not commit any offenses to your guru, the one who instructed you on the Ista mantra. As long as your Ista guru, mantra guru is present, as long as your mantra guru is present, you cannot go elsewhere or even come to me. This would jeopardize the spiritual life of both you and me. Sri Gadaha continued, however, at present he is not here, so instead you kindly do your needful. The Lord replied, your guru is Sri Pundarik Vijanini. Providence will arrange that you meet me. The omniscient Supreme Godhead, the crest jewel of all the wisest, mystic, mystic, knows everything, past, present, and future. He said, Sri Vijanini is soon to come here to see Jagannath, Puri. In about 10 days, he will arrive just to see me. For the past few days, I have been thinking often about Sri Vijanini, and now I know that you also, Gadaha, have been pulling him here like a magnet. The Supreme Lord, Sri Gaurasundra, spent most of his time with Srila Gadaha, listening to his readings from the Srimad Bhagavatam. Whilst listening, the Lord manifested the ecstatic spiritual transformation of Prema Bhakti. The Lord heard the pastimes of Prahlad Maharaj and Durva Maharaj many hundreds of times, but every time he would hear it with completely rapt attention. I actually want to know what that means, rapt attention, because I try to listen with rapt attention. But exactly what is it? And because sometimes my mind might travel off somewhere and come back straight away. That's the greatest thing. It comes back straight away to hearing. But yeah,
Yeah, the mind will always wander, but as long as you can bring it back.
Yeah, that happened. Thank you. All other activities were relinquished in order to hear the Srimad Bhagavatam and discuss the holy names, forms, qualities, and pastimes of the Supreme Lord. The Lord heard the Srimad Bhagavatam from Srila Gadadhar alone. Similarly, he heard Krishna Guna Kirtan from the mouth of Srila Swarup Damodar Goswami, who sang as the Lord danced in a state of ecstatic spiritual trance. The physical transformations of prema, such as weeping, quivering, laughter, swooning, auriculation, etc., appeared on his transcendental body. All these ecstatic symptoms are eternally present in the Lord. And when Srila Swarup Damodar sang aloud the qualities of Sri Krishna, the Lord became oblivious of the external world and danced with full abandon. Srila Damodar Swarup was the foremost amongst the Lord's eternal associates and sannyasis. The Lord favored him as much as he loved Srila Paramananda Puri. The singing of Srila Damodar Swarup Goswami was saturated with Bhakti Rasa, the nectar of devotion.
Oh, sorry.
Srila Damodar Swarup was the foremost amongst the Lord's eternal associates and sannyasis. The Lord favored him as much as he loved Srila Paramananda Puri. The singing of Srila Damodar Swarup Goswami was saturated with Bhakti Rasa, the nectar of devotion, and the Lord could never withhold himself from dancing each time Swarup Damodar sang Kirtan. However, Srila Swarup Damodar was extremely unassuming, and he went about his business quietly, making sure he was undetected. In Kirtan, he was like Sri Narada with his Veena Tambura, and none other than the Supreme Lord danced to his tune. Thus, amongst all beloved sannyasis of the Lord, none was so favored as was Srila Swarup Damodar and Srila Damodar and Paramananda Puri. Both remained always close to the side of the Lord. When the Lord entered the sannyasi order, they were by his side. When the Lord entered the sannyasi order, they were by his side. And these sannyasis were like two arms of the Lord. Srila Swarup Damodar stayed by his side in Puri, whilst the Lord became increasingly deeply absorbed in Kirtan at night, day and night. Whether on pilgrimage, honoring prasadam, or traveling, the Lord made sure that Srila Swarup Damodar was by his side at all times. Before taking sannyas, Srila Swarup was known as Sri Purushottama Brahmacharya, and Srila Pundarik Vijnani is very dear friend and companion. Even while walking, if the Lord heard the Kirtan of Srila Swarup, he would be unable to check himself from dancing and would lose his way. Anywhere and everywhere, Srila Swarup's Kirtan would immediately put the Lord into ecstatic trance. In great jubilation, the Lord would roar like a lion, fall down like a stick, and Srila Swarup Damodar would be instantly by his side, saving him from falling. Who is able to describe the immense good fortune of Srila Svaru? One day, the Lord, in one of his ecstatic trances, fell into a well. The devotees were shocked and began to wail loudly, whilst Srila Advaita knelt down holding his head. However, the Lord was not in the slightest aware of what had happened, and like a small child, he floated upon the water, still deep in trance. However, the water in the well, upon being touched by the transcendental form of the Supreme Lord, turned into a fresh, oh my God, turned into, I just asked Emma if she knows how to make, what is that? The buttercream, buttermilk, yeah, buttercream. Anyway, Hare Krishna. However, the water in the well, upon being touched by the transcendental form of the Supreme Lord, turned into fresh buttercream, and his body had not so much as received a scratch. The Kirtan of Srila Svarup generated such mystic potency that when the Vaishnavas danced, they never felt any thorns, bushes piercing their skin. Quickly, Srila Advaita and others lifted the Lord out of the well, but the Lord was still unaware of what had transpired and kept asking, what happened? What happened? He was so steeped in Bhakti Rasa that he was still oblivious to his surroundings. He inquired from everyone, unmindful of what had occurred. Hearing these nectarian words from the graceful lotus mouth of the Lord, Advaita and the devotees floated in bliss. All the devotees became relieved, extremely joyous that their beloved Lord was unhurt. The Supreme Lord performed endless wonderful pastimes, always steeped in the nectar of bhakti, pure devotion. When Srila Pundarik Vijayanini arrived in Puri, the Lord immediately knew, and soon by the desire of the Lord, Srila Vijayanini was drawn to the place where the Lord was awaiting his arrival. Seeing Srila Vijayanini, the Lord became overjoyed and said aloud, Here comes my father. My father has come. Srila Vijayanini was in ecstasy. His heart flooded with the ambrosia of bhakti, and he became a prema nidhi, an ocean of prema. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Gora Narayana, is the affectionate guardian of his devotees, Bhakti Vatsalya. He firmly embraced Vijayanini, the ocean of prema ras, and wept profusely in jubilation. All the devotees also began to weep tears of joy. The scene was directly from Vaikuntha. The association of Srila Vijayanini augmented the ecstasy of the devotees of every moment. The friends and companions of Srila Vijayanini from his earlier days were Srila Swarup Damodar, and they met one more, and they met once earlier. I'm just going to start this paragraph again. The friend and companion of Srila Vijayanini from his earlier days was Srila Swarup Damodar, and they met once more in the presence of the Lord, each desiring to take the foot dust from each other. They jostled, pushed, and threw each other down upon the floor, both wanting to be the first to touch the feet of the other. However, being equally matched, neither could overpower the other. All the while, the devotees and the Supreme Lord Sri Gaurasundra, were enjoying the transcendental competition with joyful laughter. After a while, when they settled down, the Lord said to Srila Vijayanini, "Stay with us here in Nilachai for a while." Hearing the Lord's words, Srila Vijayanini became euphoриc. I know this word. Krishna, 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 euphoric, became euphoric, considering his word, Srila Vijayanini, considering his words, Srila Vijayanini became euphoric, considering his greatest fortune to be near the Lord. Srila Gadadhar Pandit availed of this opportunity and was reinitiated in his Ista mantra from his Guru, Srila Vijayanini. There is no end to the glories of Srila Vijayanini, yet foremost is that he was the Guru of Srila Gadadhar, a disciple who reached limitless prema. Srila Advaita and Srila Srivastava were always eager to expound the greatness of Sri Vijayanini, and in this endeavor they were joined by the wonderful devotional stalwart like Srila Murari Gupta and Srila Haridas Thakur. In fact, all the Vaishnavas were full of praise for the character and spotless purity of Sri Vijayanini. Similarly, Srila Vijayanini was also extremely fond of all the devotees, and he loved them with all his heart, mind, and word. He was completely devoid of any pride or false ego. Truly, it is impossible to understand the degree of divine grace. He received from Sri Chaitanya and from the Supreme Lover, Sri Krishna. Having heard the facts and stories directly from the divine lips of Sri Gadadhar, I will try to describe a little about how dear Pundarik Vijayanini was to Sri Krishna. The Supreme Lord of Sri Gaurasundra kept Sri Vijayanini near him and arranged a residence for him in Yamaspa, next to the ocean. During his stay in Nilachai, he always went with his bosom always went with his bosom friend Srila Swarup Damodar for regular darshan of Lord Jagannath.
Bosom friend, bosom.
What is it, bosom? Oh yes,
Bosom friend.
I bet you enjoy saying that. It is, you're right. His bosom friend Srila Swarup Damodar for regular darshan of Lord Jagannath. At other times they were absorbed in discussing esoteric topics on the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. Soon, the time for the festival of Odana Shasti of Lord Jagannath arrived. don't know what that is. Odana Sasti. You know what that is?
There are so many festivals. I'm sure it'll be explained.
Okay. Of the Lord arrived. On this occasion, by the desire of Lord Jagannath, his servants dressed him in new starched clothes. Starched clothes. Srila Gaurasundra, accompanied by his devotees, came to see Lord Jagannath on Odana Sasti. Musical bands with numerous instruments, madungas, conch shells, bells, etc., echoed all around, and the entire town wore a festive look. Their lordship wore many different sets of clothes that day, and the festival would last until the Makara Shankar Niti. I don't know how to say that word. Yet Makara Sankrianti. Yeah. In mid-January, Sri Gaurasundra and the Vaishnavas stayed late into the night, gripped in waves of ecstasy, seeing Sri Jagannath that night. Sri Gaurasundra was the Vaishnava, and the Vaishnavas stayed late into the night, gripped in waves of ecstasy, seeing Sri Jagannath's many changes of dress. The Supreme Lord, as the worshipper, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, worshipped him in his deity form, Lord Jagannath. Unless the Lord blesses one cannot fathom this divine esoteric mystery which has now been played out. Upon the altar, the Supreme Lord Sri Jagannath, in his wooden deity form, sat in a yoga asana, while he, as the crest jewel of all sannyasis, steeped in the mellows of Bhakti Yoga. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came from his own darshan on the occasion of the Odana Sasti festival. The deities were colorfully dressed in the finest of silks and with beautiful golden jewelry inlaid with precious gems, garlands, bracelets, and earrings, all made of fragrant seasonal flowers. Further, and earrings, all made from fragrant seasonal flowers. Further, bedecked their lordship from fragrant seasonal flowers. Further, bedecked their lordship scented oils, incense flowers, ghee lamps, and the 16 different items of special worship are offered to Lord Jagannath. Grand and opulent offerings of prasadam are also made continually. Sri Gaurahari observed these festivals with his devotees, and then, feeling great joy and satisfaction, returned home. Bidding farewell to all the Vaishnavas, the Lord sought the claim of solitude. After everyone had left, Srila Svarup Damodar and Srila Vijayini remained together, and they talked very intimately, revealing their hearts and minds to each other. Srila Vijayini had doubts regarding the starched dresses that Jagannath was wearing, and he asked Srila Svarup, "Why do you dress the Lord in starched clothes without first washing them? Herein, this land, the people are so conscious about scriptural rules, yet in the scriptures are not starched clothes considered starched clothes not considered unclean."
Starched clothes are very uncomfortable to wear. You have to
It's really
wash the
hard.
starch up. Yeah, it's very stiff. Yeah.
Stiff.
So Pundarip is thinking, well, this is very uncomfortable. What's all that about? But remember this morning you asked me, Does Krishna ever interact with other
Say that again.
Remember, you were asking me this morning, does Krishna ever interact with other incarnations of Krishna?
Well, I said Chaitanya mainly.
No, you didn't say. You said, anyway, whatever you said. And I said, that's an interesting question. Does Krishna interact with other forms of Krishna? And here you are reading Lord Chaitanya interacting with another form of Krishna. Awesome.
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 Huh?
Sama.
That just was like,
Awesome. Sama. Sorry, keep reading. Sorry.
okay. I'm just going to go back a few lines. Why do they dress the Lord in starched clothes without first washing them? Here, in this land, the people are so conscious about spiritual rules, yet in the scriptures are not starched clothes considered unclean. Sri Svarup replied, here no one faults this practice, since it is considered a part of religious tradition. Those who strictly follow scriptural rules may not completely agree with this. But this tradition is an integral part of the festivities. Besides,
Integral.
if the Lord, frugal.
Integral.
Integral, yeah. Integral part of the festivities. Besides, if the Lord did not wish it, surely the king would have prohibited this part of the ritual. They stopped that part of the ritual. Why are you picking your nose? Srila Vijayanini continued, if the Lord desires it, then all is well. However, what the Lord does is certainly not to be imitated by his servitors. The priests and other Brahmins should not even touch contaminated clothes. Srila Jagannath is the supreme Godhead. Everything is possible for him, but not for others. One must wash his hands after touching starched clothes, otherwise one is unclean. This is common sense. This is common sense, and the king himself is ignorant if he does not understand this point. Unfortunately, however, even the king ties. I don't know what that said. My mind's gone blank. The king ties. Right. Ties a starched cloth around his head. Srila Svarup replied, my dear brother, all these things are not considered transgressions, since they are a part of this Odana Sasti festival. Besides, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Jagannath himself, does not pass judgment on the merit or demerit of this practice. So do it if you want to, and if you don't, don't. Okay. There's 3 pages left. Okay. Shall I keep reading? I've got 3 pages left, which is like 6 pages.
Oh, how do you feel? Do you feel tired? Can you keep going?
I can.
Don't push yourself.
Yeah, so I'll stop here.
Well, I'll keep going. I'll keep going.
Huh?
I'll keep going. Yeah, I'll read a bit.
You'll read a bit. So it's page. I'll bring it down to you.
You want to go down?
I'll bring this
You
down
wanna
to you,
bring
then you
down?
can finish. Huh?
Are you sure? Okay. Okay. You bring
I'll
it
come
down.
down. Yeah. Then you can finish these. I think it's 4 pages or 3.
It's all right. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Keep the show going, people. You gotta keep the show going. Keep the transcendental show
Hare Rama, Hare
going.
Rama,
Yeah.
Rama Rama. This is the first time I've been downstairs. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oops. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Rama, Rama, Rama.
Yes, folks, you heard it right. Review Moon is chanting Hare Krishna to Jingle Bells.
I didn't know I was doing it to Jingle Bells. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So if anybody's reading the title on my jumper, it was a present for my sister. Are you in there? Is it going to be all right if I bring my phone in?
Okay, so bring in the old Chaitanya Charitamrita. Maybe put the volume down.
So I'm just
Go away. Go away. The Supreme Lord as the worshipper, Sri Chaitanya, worshipped himself in his deity form. See, that's what you were asking me this morning. That was cool. You're reading it now. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama Rama, Hare.
everything's gone and left it.
Yeah, well, the show must go on. This is for our benefit as much as their benefit. The Supreme Lord, as the worshipper, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, worshipped himself as his deity form, Lord Jagannath. Unless the Lord blesses one cannot fathom his divine esoteric mystery.
Oh gosh,
The show must go on.
I'll turn it off.
Cannot fathom his divine esoteric mystery.
There you go.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
The Supreme Lord, as the worshipper, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, worshipped himself as his deity form, Lord Jagannath. Unless the Lord blesses one cannot fathom his divine esoteric mystery, which is now being played out. Upon the altar, the Supreme Lord Sri Jagannath, in his wooden deity form, sat in a yoga asana, while he, as the crest jewel of all sannyasis, steeped in the meadows of Bhakti Yoga, Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came for his own darshan. Yeah. On the occasion of the Ardana Shashti festival, the deities are colorfully dressed in the finest of silks and with beautiful golden jewelry inlaid with precious gems, garlands, bracelets, and earrings, all made from fragrant seasonal flowers, further bedecked their lordships. Scented oils, incense, flowers, ghee lamps, and 16 different items of special worship are offered to Lord Jagannath. Grand and opulent offerings of prasadam are also made continuously. Sri Gaurahari observed these festivities with his devotees, and then, feeling great joy and satisfaction, returned home. Bidding farewell to all the Vaishnavas, the Lord sought the calm of solitude, just like Srila Gaurahari Das is doing now. he is seeking calm of solitude, to be by himself and to relish and to digest and to ruminate. After everyone had left, Srila Sarup Damodar and Srila Vidyanidhi remained together, and they talked very intimately, revealing their hearts and minds to each other. Srila Vidyanidhi had doubts regarding the starched dress that Jagannath was wearing, and he asked Srila Sarup, why do they dress the Lord in starched clothes without first washing them? Here in this land, the people are so conscious about scriptural rules, yet the scriptures are not starched clothes considered. But in the scriptures, are not starched clothes considered unclean? Srila Sarup replied, here no one faults this practice, since it is considered a part of their religious tradition. Those who strictly follow religious rules may not completely agree with this, but this tradition is an integral part of festivities. Besides, if the Lord did not wish it, surely the king would have prohibited this part of the ritual. Srila Vidyanidhi continued, if the Lord desires it, then all is well. However, what the Lord... Hare Krishna, good morning. Maharaj. Everything okay? Can't hear you. Oh, I turned my thing off. That was nice.
Yeah, keep reading. Have you been reading for a while?
I've just started. The moon got a bit tired, so we're just going to finish off this chapter 10.
Go ahead, read for a while, and I might read a little bit or do some chant something. Okay,
cool. Sri Vidyanidhi continued, if the Lord desires it, then all is well. However, what the Lord does is certainly not to be imitated by his servitors. I think she put too much softener on those blankets. It's very strong. However, what the Lord does is certainly not to be imitated by his servitors. The priests and other brahmanas should not even touch contaminated clothes. Sri Jagannath is the supreme Godhead. Everything is possible for him, but not for others. One must wash his hands after touching starched clothes, otherwise one is unclean. This is common sense, and the king himself is ignorant if he does not understand this point. Unfortunately, however, even the king ties a starched cloth around his head. Srila Sarup replied, my dear brother, all these things are not considered transgressions, since they are part of the Odan Shashti festival. Besides, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Jagannath himself, does not pass judgment on the merit or demerit of this practice. Srila Vidyanidhi insisted, my dear brother, hear me out. Lord Jagannath is indeed transcendental and the Supreme Godhead. Hence no rules apply to him. But what about his servitors? Have they become incarnations of the Supreme Brahman due to living in Nilachai? And can therefore deviate from scriptural norms? Talking and debating in this manner, the two intimate friends were enjoying and laughing together as they walked, sometimes holding hands and sometimes putting their arms over each other's shoulders in a carefree manner. Sri Vidyanidhi did not spare even the servitors of Lord Jagannath for what he considered their negligence in serving the Lord. Not everyone could understand the feelings in the heart of the servitors of the Lord. Only Krishna knows the extent of one's attachment to him. The Supreme Lord, Sri Krishna, first puts his devotees into illusion for a specific purpose, and then he himself dispels the illusion out of compassion. Thus, the Lord put Srila Vijayanidhi into illusion about his servitors. The two of them parted ways and returned to their individual residence to perform their devotional practices. They honored Prasad and then came to the residence of Sri Chaitanya and laid down to rest. The Supreme Lord Sri Chaitanya knew everything about Srila Vijayanidhi's views on the starched clothes. Therefore, he took the form of Jagannath, and together with Balaram, he appeared in the dream of Srila Vijayanidhi. In his dream, Srila Vijayanidhi saw both Jagannath and Balaram were extremely angry as they began to slap him hard on the cheeks. Red welts appeared on his flushed cheeks, and in pain and anguish, he threw himself at the feet of the Lord and cried out, "Oh Krishna, save me! Kindly forgive me my offenses! Oh Lord, from what offenses am I being punished?" The Lord replied, "There is no end to your offenses. Just like me, my servitors do not belong to any caste, and knowing all this, you have taken up residence here. But if you at all wish to engage in splitting hairs about rituals and proper practices, you had best return to your previous place and do so there. I have fixed all the customs to be followed in these festivities, and now you have criticized my servitors and these performances by finding fault with my dressing in starched clothes. You should leave here. This stuff is hurting your throat. This is really... Go on. Go in the kitchen. That stuff is diabolical. No, I'm almost coughing with the smell.
Oh, that.
Yeah. I don't know how much softener she put on it. I'm going to start coughing here now. Still, Vijayanidhi became extremely fearful in his dream, and weeping bitterly, he placed his head on the lotus feet of the Lord and said, "Kindly forgive all my offenses of this most sinful wretch. I fully accept my erroneous faults. I promise you, my face, the face of your servitor, which have smiled deservedly at these performances, has been beaten. I have been punished by your own transcendental hand. Surely that is my great fortune, my lord." The Supreme Lord replied, "Since you are my devotee, I wanted to shower my blessings and compassion upon you, and so I have punished you." Their lordships, Jagannath and Balaram, then graced Srila Vijayanidhi in his dream with their merciful glance and returned to their abode. Srila Vijayanidhi woke up from the dream and began to laugh. Feeling the welts upon his cheeks, he said, "This is wonderful. I was offensive and got punished. The Lord slapped me with his transcendental hands. I was lucky to get away with so little. Just observe the glory and greatness of Srila Vijayanidhi, who is the perfect example of the limitless compassion of the Lord upon his devotee. The Supreme Lord does not take to task even his own son, Pradyumna, or even his wives, Satyabhama, Rukmini, Janaki, Sita, his own personal associates, or even the host of demigods and demigodesses in this way. Yet the Supreme Lord personally chastised and slapped Srila Vijayanidhi in his dream for his offenses. This act is the first of its kind, for it is not often that the Lord will directly appear before someone in a dream and mercifully punish them for an offense. When the Supreme Lord personally chastises someone in his dream, then it is a real event, and such a devotee is most fortunate. When such a devotee awakens, his offenses are no more, and he attains all transcendental benefits. Such an individual is extremely fortunate because the Lord never chastises non-devotees, even in their dreams. All these scriptural conclusions are to be pondered upon. The Yavanas, meat-eaters, are constantly criticizing and are belligerent toward the Vaishnavas. They are yearning for some spiritual realizations and happiness, but this is most elusive for them, even in their dreams. What to speak of the Yavanas, even the Brahmanas and cultured persons suffer severely the consequences of their offences. Yet the Supreme Lord never instructs such offenders and reprobates in their dreams. The truly fortunate the truly fortunate are censured personally by the Lord. And this action of the Lord they consider their greatest fortune. The next morning, when Srila Pundarik woke up from sleep, his cheeks were ruddy and puffed up from the hands of the Lord slapping him while he slept. The mercy he had received from the Supreme Lord was there for all to see. Srila Sarup Damodar usually came every morning to accompany Srila Vijayanidhi to the temple to take darshan of Lord Jagannath. When Srila Sarup came that morning, he said to Srila Vijayanidhi, "Every morning you accompany me to take darshan, but this morning you're late." Srila Vijayanidhi replied, "My dear brother, come inside, sit down, I'll tell you everything that has transpired." Upon coming closer, Srila Sarup saw the face of his friend was all swollen with red welts streaked across his cheeks. Surprised, he inquired, "What has happened? Your cheeks are red and swollen. Have you hurt yourself?" Srila Vijayanidhi gave a short laugh and said, "Remember, I was expressing serious doubt and reservation regarding Lord Jagannath. Last night, Jagannath and Balaram appeared in my dream, began to slap me by saying, 'You have the audacity to criticize my dress.' They left their finger marks on my cheeks, and so I feel very ashamed. I cannot meet anyone. Therefore, once this swelling goes away, I can come measure of the consequences of my offences. Otherwise, who knows, I might have descended into the darkest of hell." Srila Swarup looked at his friend with great affection and experienced transcendental joy. A friend feels immense happiness at the good fortune of his friend. Therefore, the two friends broke out into peals of laughter, unable to control their jubilation. Srila Swarup said, "My dear brother, I must admit, I've never seen the likes of such a punishment. The Lord personally came to you in your dream and then chastised you. This is extraordinary. I've never before heard of such an event, but now I see with my own eyes. They floated on waves of ecstasy, swimming in the ocean of Krishna Katha. Day and night they relished Krishna Katha. Such was the spiritual aura of Srila Pundarik Vijayanidhi."
Yeah. What's the moral of that story?
That's very good. The moral of the story. If God is happy with it, you should be happy with it.
Ah, that's a good one. How about you, Yamuna? What's the moral of that story? You're muted.
Say something like what Karuna said. To me, also, it just shows how much the Lord loves his devotees as well, and allow them to, they're like his devotees are like him, aren't they? They're like the Lord. They know conclusive truth. And he allows them to go out, and give it to whoever. Really. Yeah, that's all I can remember.
Okay. Yeah. What I see from that is it's the teaching that if a person's a devotee, and they offer something that's not according to the rules and the regulations, just by the fact they have real devotion, the Lord accepts it. So if you criticize them, then the slap is you can't you can't come to that platform until you understand these things. That's why a lot of these kind of devotees were kind of like remain hidden, because people end up criticizing them because they don't act the way they act, or people say they're supposed to act according to the scriptures. But devotees like that are serving the Lord intimately, they're exempt from that, and the Lord accepts it. And actually, even Sanatana Goswami himself got a slap from the Lord. The same kind of thing. The lady was using a toothbrush to stir the soup in Vrindavan, and he was asking Madhukari, and she put the toothpick in her mouth, those things, the neem thing, and did like this, and then she went and stirred the pot with it. And he said, "Oh, this is not really right, Mataji," And then he came in, Krishna came in a dream and said, "How dare you tell? I like that soup like that," And he went over and apologized to her. So anyway, but people just naturally do it because they're always projecting, what they think they know all about these things. But this is a fine point to know. If anybody learns this, you can get the association of real devotees, and you can remain in it. I mean, even here, there's time, people have left here at times, and you're not doing exactly the way it's supposed to be done, and then they leave. They see criticizing. As a matter of fact, one was just here. By the way, who is this Anita that came?
Tom's friend.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Is it? Yeah, because she actually said something. I won't say what it was, but it was like a kind of a criticism of something I did or something. And but that's how it is, as soon as you start teaching devotees who actually are under a higher principle that you don't understand, then this is how you end up going yourself because of being like that. So yeah, that's the moral story. Yeah, if anybody
you notice that. Sorry.
Yeah, if anybody can understand that, they can get over these this problem. Otherwise not. They end up leaving the association of devotees because they'll criticize this or that, or they criticize, especially if a guru's teaching and using examples, and it seems like they're criticizing, but they actually have the welfare of the others in mind. They have no axe to grind with anybody. So, yeah. Anyway, go ahead. What there?
You notice sometimes when people are at a deity offering at arti, there's probably 4 or 5 brahmanas making sure that the pujari is doing it properly, and they're all caught up in the ritual, and they're forgetting about what they're actually doing. It's all, if you do it 5 times or 6 times, they all get caught up in the details. And really, they spoil the worship for themselves.
Yeah. Anyway, it's they can't help it because they're Brahmins. It's still on the mental plane, looking at, is this right? This is wrong. This is pure. This is impure. And devotees are they're on the bliss platform, just relishing ecstatic mellows, and not looking on the mental. They just don't live there anymore. It's not a very happy place to be. Still materialities. This is pure. This is right. This is wrong. This is devotees just relishing mellows, and everything is cool.
Once you get to know Krishna's character, I mean, what a kind of his character, his personality. The rules and regulations just don't apply to him at all. He's a rule breaker. Hey.
Yeah, I mean, the Raganuga path being preached ends up being more like that. Otherwise, people don't know what it is. That's why Jesus was a rule breaker. Lord Chaitanya, well, actually more Nityananda. Lord Chaitanya was at first, and then later he changed to try to bring those Brahmins closer, the sannyasis and Brahmins who would criticize the devotees. But Nityananda carried on because that's, a lot of people, you see, the lower classes don't care. It's like, we don't care about being Brahmin. We like this Nityananda. He's free, see? And so they became free like that. You're free of even the level of having even the Brahmin, you're subject to the, or Brahmin, or is like religion. You're subject to whatever you believe in. If you believe in the rules and regulations, you're a subject. You're below it, beneath it, and it causes it's your God, the Vaidhi God, and when you're see, that's why you have to be elevated above that. Otherwise, you just end up getting more or less polluted anyway. If you don't follow those rules, because it's a chance to elevate a little bit. So the next thing to be subject for is devotion. See, now when you're a subject of devotion and prema, see, now you're subjected to prema, and that's purification, and that's freedom, and that's the freedom and independence Krishna has. We get that too. He's subject to prema himself. He's wherever devotion is, that's where he is. It rules him. It owns, and it's the same devotees. That's what the Lord wants to teach us: be subjects of prema, because there's so much wonderful freedom in it, and no more birth and death, and you go anywhere in the universe is your freedom. But you have to be a subject of prema, not a subject of rules and regulations. There's still limitation there. So that's where it's going there, Sachi Devi.
Well, it's a long road sometimes.
Yeah. So maybe I'll read a little something now. Oh yeah. Keep reading. Finish up a little bit, and I'm gonna finish my cappuccino.
Oh.
I got to do this part now.
He's got his own
What'd you say?
The steam milk part. So I'll mute the microphone.
Oh, yes. Mute that microphone. It sounds like a banshee. All right. Finishing up this Chaitanya Bhagavat here. Srila Swarup looked at his friend with great affection and experienced transcendental joy. Sasikal! We'll be finished in a second. I'll be off in a second. She's in there. Sasikal. The in-laws. Mommy, daddy. Srila Swarup looked at his friend with great affection and experienced transcendental joy. A friend feels immense happiness at the good fortune of his friend. Therefore, the two friends broke out into peals of laughter, unable to contain their jubilation. Srila Swarup said, "My dear brother, I must admit, I never seen the likes of such punishment. The Lord personally comes to you in your dream and then chastises you. This is extraordinary. I've never before heard of such an event, but now I see it for my own eyes. They floated on waves of ecstasy, swimming in the ocean of Krishna Katha. Day and night they relish Krishna Katha. Such is the spiritual aura of Srila Pundarik Vijayanidhi that even the Supreme Lord, Sri Chaitanya, addressed him as father. He would never bathe in the Ganga, lest his feet touched her waters. Yet he derived immense pleasure simply by having her darshan. He would never bathe in the Ganga, lest his feet touch her water. Yet he derived immense pleasure simply by having her darshan and sipping her sacred water. Sri Chaitanya received great joy by calling him father. One who hears about the character of Srila Pundarik Vijayanidhi will surely be rewarded with the lotus feet of Sri Krishna. I, Vrindavan Das offered this song at the lotus feet of Sri Krishna Chaitanya and Sri Nityananda Prabhu, who are my life and soul. Thus ends Sri Chaitanya Bhagavat. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
All
Krishna
right,
Krishna,
just chant,
Hare Hare.
and I'll go. And I'll read a little bit.
Chant we can. Chant we can. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Govardhana. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Govardhana. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Shri Gora Hare Das, Shri Gora Hare Das, Shri Gora Hare Das, Shri Gora Hare Das, Jai Shri Gora Hare Das, Shri Gora Hare Das, Shri Gora Hare Das, Shri Gora Hare. Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada.
Andy, Haribo.
Woohoo! God, Haribo!
All right, let's get some Siddhanta here. Let's start out with.
Thanks for that little kirtan.
Yeah, that was good.
That was good. I want to do better than good. I want to do transcendental.
Yeah, that was yeah, it was yeah, okay. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
You help me to transcend my mind.
Hey man, if it pleases Sachi Devi, it must be transcendental. All right, so let's start out with let's read the Bible a little bit. Let's talk about let's read John. So this is John 16 in the book of John. Let's see these in the view of the Vedic understanding. So Jesus says, "These things I have spoken unto you, that ye should not be offended. They shall put you out of the synagogues. Yea, the time comes that whoever will kill you will think they will be doing God a service, a favor." Yeah. So see, this is Raganuga. This is spontaneous devotional preaching, or preaching Raganuga Bhakti. It's usually kept a secret because people on the platform, like the Pharisees, were teaching religion, rules and regulations, get offended. They oh, what is this? What are you doing? And they say this is irreligious, and they throw you out because it's a different platform of worshiping God. But that's what Jesus came to start. He said, "I don't think I came." He said, "Don't think that I came to bring peace. I came with a sword. I came here to cause a disturbance. In this way, I have sheep in many different folds, and this way we can pull them out because they're stuck there by default. They come to God to worship God, and there's some people in these folds that want a deeper relationship with the Lord, which can only be done by spontaneous love of God. That's why Jesus came. That's why Lord Chaitanya came. See, so when Jesus met the woman at the well, he said, well, we know who we worship, but you don't. There will be a time when you don't have to go to go on pilgrimage to worship God, or go to the temple to worship God. You can worship him in spirit and truth, because the Lord is very much looking for that worship. See? So that's our Sangha, man. That's what we're doing here practically. And this is why people that are in religion, or the Vaishnava level of the religion, they think it's bad or wrong or it's offensive, and they become offended. Okay? But anyway, there are people, as you know, people are coming one by one out of these various sanghas like ISKCON and wherever else the world, and are getting, just because they're accepting this message, accepting this mercy, they're being elevated. But you see, it has to be preached publicly for people to benefit. Otherwise, it's a big secret and remains a secret. Okay? Bhakti is full of mysteries. Okay? And so anyway, those who come in a submissive and surrendered way, or they become purified so that they can do that, then they can take advantage of these very deep teachings, deep understandings, and deep bhakti, which comes along with it. Yeah. So Jesus was warning them, "These things I have spoken unto you, that you should not be offended." And if you notice, Christians, especially the spirit-filled ones, they still go out and preach also. And even though, like that, remember that Ray Comfort there, Sachi? Ray Comfort, he goes out, he puts on this police tape, that yellow tape around this thing, because people get so angry.
Well, it gives people a microphone out there so they can.
Yeah, yell at them and stuff. Yeah, but that's just part of the territory. When you're preaching about, see, because people that do accept Jesus, or actually any realized soul, especially when they're preached about it and they come to the point of somehow accepting submissively in a surrendered way, that spirit of devotion can awaken in them very easily. But, you know, and usually first all this stuff has to come out of them. It's like an exorcism, you know. So we do that ourselves, you know, on Facebook Live. There's a lot of people that get so angry about this preaching. They start calling us devils and all that stuff, you know. But it's just the devils are coming out of them. They're just projecting. Right? But this is this confidential bhakti that the Lord usually keeps hidden, but sometimes he wants to bring it out. There he is. Hey, welcome. You got home.
No, I actually just found a phone charger.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah. So, yeah.
Did you want me to mute?
Well, yeah, I mean, well, I don't know. You're okay. You don't have to mute. And if it gets noisy, I'll tell you. Yeah. So, and these things will they do unto you because they have not known the Father nor me. See? So this is very important. Yeah, mute your thing because I hear little things. This is one of these. This is what happens because if you don't know the Lord in your own heart a little bit or something, like if you're not in touch with it, it's cut off because of anarthas and material ideas and speculations and contaminations and like that. You're cut off from your heart because it makes your heart really hard, and your soul is cut off from God where it's in their heart. So because of that, then you will act inappropriately towards the devotees. Just naturally, you'll be offended by them. You'll think they're wrong. You think you're right. All these things. This is being too caught up in the illusion, the Maya. You're serving that too deeply now because of being encrusted. And all these things they will do unto you because they have not known me. Now, see, if you know Jesus, okay, this is the whole point. A lot of even his disciples didn't know him. Well, all his disciples didn't really know him at first, but as they were at least at the point where they were willing to hear from him. See, they heard, they saw, and their hearts became purified. And then because of that, then they began to be able to know him, especially when the Holy Spirit appeared in their heart. Okay? When the Holy Spirit appeared in their heart, then they can know Jesus because they're on the same level. Okay? They were elevated by the mercy of the devotee because that same spirit is in Jesus was also now in them. See, that gives you the ability to know. And that's why Jesus said, and then you will be my witnesses. See? So that's how you recognize a real representative of that Father, that Lord. You have to get purified. So some are at that stage where they're a little directed in their heart, and they will listen long enough and get over these problems that cause the inability to understand who God is or who his devotees are. See? And then when it gets really strong, the Spirit of God gets really strongly awakened in when it awakens and it matures to a point, then it becomes like rock solid in the truth. Then you look at the illusion and say, yeah, it's all illusion. Now you can preach. See, now you can describe And you can glorify the highest reality, which is what? Love of God. Because now you're a lover of God. You know what that is. Now you know your soul and its relationship with the Supreme Soul. And now time to preach. You can preach. You can distinguish reality, which is the truth, which is love of God, devotion to Krishna, devotion to Christ. Can you imagine? What you tell me any reality better than that? You tell me Elon Musk's reality is better than that. All he has is knowledge, and his knowledge is it's foolishness to God. It's foolishness to a devotee. You know why? Because it doesn't. It's in the modes of nature. It's all this stuff that comes and goes. All these computers and all these rockets and all these satellites and all this stuff. It's just a dream. You know, when he dies, it's finished. See, it's done. See, so that's foolishness to God. It's foolishness to the devotees. See, devotion to Krishna is special. This is real knowledge. This is eternal information. This information lasts forever. It never gets hackneyed. That's why devotees, they're relishing the truth again and again and again and again, and get happiness that Elon Musk and these kind of guys, these scientists and all of them cannot even dream about. You don't see Elon, and I just use him, by the way, not to criticize it. He's he's probably an okay guy. But he can't experience the happiness devotees experience. Because devotion is a way. This Holy Spirit is about devotion. Yeah. Did you hear this morning? Somebody was reading about Lord Chaitanya was saying, without devotion, you can't know me. Without devotion, you cannot relish the happiness of knowing me. The ecstasy of that. So you need devotion, and therefore that's why Jesus came. That's why Lord Chaitanya came. That's why his real followers came. And that's why Prabhupada and Bhaktisiddhanta and Bhaktivinoda came, so that this could eventually be preached. See? Which is now. See, this is the message. This is the true will of God now. The true will of God is not, okay, spend your whole life doing rules and regulations and just stay on this ceremonial platform with the Lord. No, the real will of the Lord now is being revealed in our teaching here is spontaneous devotional service. That's why Lord Chaitanya came. He came to give what has very rarely been given. And we have the great privilege to continue that legacy. His legacy. See? His legacy becomes our legacy. See? This is the greatest welfare work for this world. It's the greatest benefit to be bestowed upon the world, because first of all, it liberates them from the cycle of birth and death, which is one hellish condition, man. It is a miserable thing to be in samsara, man. And if you can't if you cannot worship God in ecstasy and intimacy and rapture, you're stuck here. And you're stuck maybe you can climb to liberation, but still you're stuck in liberation. You're still blind. All that blinding light is hiding you from your real perfect relationship with God. And therefore, they say, you fall down from that because you're not fully satisfied until devotion awakens. Okay? So that's the Holy Spirit, man. That's why we're not worshiping a false God. To the Christians, many of them, you worship false. No. We know who we worship. Matter of fact, we know better who you're worshiping, because we know who you're worshiping is a servant of the Lord, intimate servant of the Lord. But you don't know Lord Chaitanya's position or Radha and Krishna's position and the devotees' position of them. If they're real devotees, then they also have devotion too. See? So it's the same God, because devotion is devotion. Whether you see it in a Muslim worshiping Allah, or Vaishnava worshiping Krishna and Radha, okay? Or a Christian worshiping Jesus Christ. Devotion is devotion. It's pure. Yeah, it's uncommon. It has all these amazing transcendental attributes. It empowers one to understand deep truths and secrets of God that only God knows and only his intimate devotees know. So devotion's fantastic, man. It's amazing. Amazing grace, how sweet it is. Okay. Yeah. So, but these things have I told you, that when the time comes, that when the time shall come, ye remember that I told you of them. See, when the time comes is what? Is when they get the Holy Spirit. Because they still didn't understand Jesus. They didn't get it yet. You know, they got a little purified and all that listening, but they didn't get that amazing, intoxicating spirit that they got at the Pentecost. Okay? When you get the spirit of devotion away, you get stoned, man, ecstatically stoned. Okay? And then it brings back to remembrance all that you studied. See, even here it works like that. Johan and Janaki, they were studying Prabhupada's books 4 or 5 times. And then now the spirit of bhakti awakens, and now it brings back to remembrance. See? But the remembrance, like, wow, yeah, this is what it means. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. See, with the spirit of devotion awakened, now you can understand deeply Prabhupada's books. Now you can understand the Bible and the heart of it. Before you can't. Without that spirit of devotion, you look at it, you study, and it sounds good. It kept them in the game, you know. I mean, it's great. But when the spirit of devotion comes, it's like the Lord looking over your shoulder and says, "Hey, look at this," and you just, you know, it's like, wow, this is treasure. You know, it's like Marj Prataparudra was reading these kind of verses from 10th canto to Lord Chaitanya, and Lord Chaitanya went, "Who's giving me treasure? This stuff is valuable wealth. Who is giving me this treasure?" And that's conclusive verses. See? You become like that. You want to be like that? I do, man. I'm always praying, Lord, I want to keep just let me be able to collect this treasure, man, in the mind of the scriptures, in the mind of your name, man. Let me be a collector of real treasure. Right? That ye may remember that I have told you of them. And these things I have said not unto you at the beginning, because I was with you. See? But now I go my way. See? Yeah. Because I was with you. See? So he's with them outside. If you wanted to go see Jesus, you have to go, where's Jesus? I want to be with him. Oh, he's down in the marketplace. So you have to go and see him there. That's when you're not internally connected. See? So he said, I didn't tell you these because I was with you. But that spirit will be in you, that's in me. And then you don't have to go anywhere to see me. All you have to do is think of me with devotion. And there I am. Now, the same experience, you know, like that's the whole thing of our preaching here, is to bring people up. When you're chanting these pastimes in this name, it's like you're there with Lord Chaitanya, because the same experience happens. Devotion awakens when they see Lord Chaitanya, and devotion awakens in many devotees here when they chant his glories. Same devotion. What's the difference? Devotion is devotion, right? And you get it through mantra here, because the Lord is unmanifest. We reanimate the Lord by chanting these verses, and all of a sudden he appears in our hearts, you know, and like in the bliss and the ecstasy and all of that. See, so that's why I see it. So Jesus said, I didn't tell you of this because I was with you, but now I'm going. And you're going to be one, oh, where is Jesus? Oh, see, there is separation. Interesting, huh? Increased the separation. Oh, where is you? Oh, you want me? Okay, then boom, he awakened in their heart. Before the separation wasn't so intense. So, oh well, Jesus is here. We don't have to, we're just going around. But then he disappears, and then they're praying, "Oh Jesus, oh my God, are we ever going to see you again?" And see the desire. What is Lord Krishna? What is God's? What is his nature? Is to give boons to his children. And if you're a material child, on the Maya, oh God, give me a boat, give me a wife, give me a beautiful woman, give me money, give me something material, and he gives it to you. Usually got to work a little hard for it or do austerities. And so the whole problem is people don't ask him for devotion. They don't know what it is. They don't see its glories in a devotee, ecstatically worshiping the Lord. So they don't ask him. That's the secret. So even his disciples, Jesus' disciples, weren't so clear about this. Matter of fact, Jesus said, "I'm going now." But you guys, Philip, you know the way. You know the path now. And Philip still didn't get it. Where's the path? Where's the path? I'm the path, you idiot. I'm the truth. And I'm the life. Really? How's that, man? Okay, well, I got to go, man. You've been with me for 3 years, and you still didn't get it. I'm going now, and they're going to get it because I tricked you. I got you really attached to this association. And you're going to be praying, whoa, when is Jesus going to come back again? When is he going to come back again? And he's going to pop inside your heart. That's being born again. You cannot perceive the kingdom of God like Jesus Christ, like Lord Chaitanya, like their real devotees until you are born of the Spirit, man. Born of the Word, born of hearing from one born again already. Okay? Then, boom, pops up. Okay? And that's what happened. They prayed, oh Jesus, we're so unhappy without you. Well, then Jesus, came and fulfilled them, and he awakened inside them. You notice Lord Chaitanya did the same thing with his devotees. He left them, and it increased their ecstasy. They went to a higher level. He left, and then they thought, oh, Lord Chaitanya. And he said, well, just do bhajan. And, and they did bhajan, and they were thinking about Lord, oh, that was weird, Lord Chaitanya. And boom, they got really ecstatic. Mother Sachi got so ecstatic. She was fallen down. She was so attached got so attached by serving, Lord Chaitanya so much all those years. And then he goes, boom, takes sannyas. And she was so attached that God just went right in, so close to her now and so deep that she started to think she was Mother Yashoda, and she's walking around, is Krishna somewhere, and she was totally stoned and like totally transcendentally crazy. Okay? So these are some of the mysteries of the spirit. So, but now I go my way to him that sent me, and none of you ask me where goest thou? But because I have said these things unto you, sorrow has filled your heart. Nevertheless, I tell you the truth. It is expedient for you that I go away, for if I go not away, the Comforter will not come unto you. See, because he was the Comforter. The bona fide spiritual master is the Comforter. See, while he's here. See? So he was always around because, there you couldn't fly here and there and everything. So he's always around. So he's saying, if I don't go away, then the comforter won't get to you. Then you won't be able to fly your plane solo, which is not really solo. Basically, the Lord awakens in your heart, and now you got a co-pilot. Now you're codependent in the right way. Yeah, yeah. See, so this strengthened their desire for the Lord to come. And that's one of the great secrets of bhakti, and why the devotees eventually give you their association. So that when you're bereft of it, even you go to a different place and everything, you start you calling from your heart, calling the devotee, and then the Lord, then they come from within. The Lord comes inside and satisfies that pining of your heart. See, Krishna taught this. He said, "Go, Uddhava, give this message to the gopis. Tell them the only reason I come back to them is because their heart is pining for me." The Lord, it would always draw the Lord internally to them, and they would get totally intoxicated and ecstatic in separation. It heightened their ecstasy even more than it was when he was there. See, the comforter. Say, oh, I'm distressed and everything. And then you ask for the Lord's comfort. When you're asking for the devotee's comfort, you're asking for the Lord's comfort, because that's what they are. They're that comfort. They're that life. That life, their life is that bhakti. The life they give is that bhakti. See, that truth is God, man. He's the conclusive truth. Book Bhagavad is the Lord in book form. Conclusive understanding of the Lord. Their word is God's word, because it's what's really in the book. They just given you God. See, their word is God's word. See, it's like Prabhupada said, we don't have our own opinion. We have Krishna's opinion. That's if you're a real devotee. If you're a speculator, if you're a wannabe devotee, your word is not God's word. It's speculated on. It's twisted. It's contaminated. It's mixed in, and people listen and they don't get purified.
Hare Krishna.
You want to say something there? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just was wondering, sometimes like when you're talking to someone and you feel like inspired in your heart, like just so you know, like you just feel like, Krishna gives you some knowledge and you're going to say something to this person. And it's like when you speak, it's like you can actually feel Krishna's presence like descend into the sound vibration. And you can feel that like the person who actually hears submissive, if they're just listening to knowledge, you can actually feel them kind of soak it up, and then that's the devotee speaking God's word. It literally, it's like Krishna descends into the word,
Yeah.
and anybody can take that word from the devotee, even if they're, among the most lowest class of man, if they're just submissive. I don't know. Random thought. I was having some preaching nice stuff yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, that's really it. And then you come across those where there's no room for that word. It just doesn't go in, and you feel it too. It's like,
and you kind of don't really feel like inspired to like Krishna lets you know, like he didn't inspire you with some big thing that wants to explode out, some revelation to share. It's kind of just like, I kind of just got to get out of here, so I can go relish this revelation or whatever. Anyway, sorry to interrupt. It was just.
That's not interrupt. No. Yeah, it's faith in the devotees, man. Faith in that message brought by the devotees it's life for people in the world, because people have faith in people that are not liberated, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
If they have faith in like, for example, in the politicians and Fauci and Bill Gates, they have faith in those words, but look where it's getting them. They're going to get shots now that are probably going to kill them or maim them or change their DNA. That's not a good thing. So they're not worthy of your faith, because they have ulterior motives. They want to make profits off that stuff. And so that's the thing, is who, it's all about who you believe in is the result you get. If you believe in those who are servants of the Maya, nothing but inauspiciousness comes to your life. But if somebody somehow or other has faith in the words of the Lord's real servants, his transcendentally empowered servants, you're lifted to life. You'll start to feel what real life is just by hearing those words. Yeah. So, yeah.
All right. Hare Krishna.
So, and when he, I think I'd like to change that word. And when she is come, see, that's the Holy Spirit's feminine, right? Bhakti Devi. But like back then, there was more, men were the man thing. It was more of a man thing. If you were a woman, just put your bonnet in and sit there and worship and put your bonnet on, So, and when she is come, Bhakti, make it more real, isn't it? When she has come, that Bhakti Devi, she's that love has come, devotion. When she has come, she will reprove the world. You ever see? Watch out for the watch out for a woman preaching to you, man. She will reprove the world of sin. See? So reprove, let's see, look at the word reprove, is she will convict, refute, confute. That's an interesting word. I don't know what that means. Generally with a suggestion of shame of the person convicted. See, convince. So another word is convince the world of sin. Convince the world of sin is preaching. You convince, the only sin that remains is unbelief in the preaching of devotees who preach, who come on behalf of the Most High. See, the only sin that remains is unbelief in those who they preach about. See? If you believe, see, this is why you got to be authorized. If you're preaching about Lord Chaitanya and Krishna, see, and you're not really a devotee and everything, you won't have the power or much power to do anything. You can maybe preach in name only because you only got the name. You only have faith in the name, but you don't have faith in devotion. This is why ultimately all this Vaidhi Bhakti practices, all this religion you're doing is to develop faith in those who represent devotion. See? Okay, you have faith in Jesus' name. That's good. Okay, you have faith in Lord Chaitanya and Radha and Krishna's name. That's good. But do you have faith in the devotion? Most don't. That's the problem. That's the whole name is with the holiness, the devotional part of it. But the thing is, what's bewildering for people is they don't have faith in devotion because of its ecstasy. They think this is strange. What is this? This is making them go kind of, well, it's so erotic. It's transcendentally erotic. It makes you like full of energy and like a transcendental orgasm. They don't know that. They think, oh, that's kind of weird. They'll see the devotees jumping around and all this stuff and sometimes falling on the ground. And, it just seems strange. See? But it's all about that. This is why the Vaishnavas, especially Lord Chaitanya's real devotees, they could convey to others and convince them that devotion is going. You want this devotion because then you'll be able to know who you're worshiping. Did you want to say something?
I just had a question about the like you have faith in the name but not the devotee, but wouldn't the faith, like if the faith in the name, you're chanting the name with faith, if it doesn't bring like the association and like I don't know, I feel like the holy name gives you that, so it's like you're not actually chanting the holy name with, I feel like if you actually had like solid like faith in the holy name, like I'm gonna chant Krishna's name, he's gonna be there, he's gonna make my life all auspicious, and he's gonna kind of protect me from my faults. Well, that would like, You know what I mean? It's like, it's not even like faith in that, because like if you have faith in the holy name like that, then it should, in my experience, for whatever it's worth, it seems like more faith evident. It kind of interacts with you in a way to where it'll give you the realization. It'll help you, like, oh, these are the Vaishnavas. Oh, actually, kind of even give you some spontaneous attraction to the Vaishnavas and stuff, because Krishna is like, oh, you have faith that I'm attainable, and you're trying to attain me. Well, let me help you. Okay, you have some fault because of your anartas. Let's open your eyes a little bit. You know. Did you get any of that? I didn't know if you could hear it while you were gone.
Welcome back.
Okay, I'm sorry I have to remove you from the stream because I can't hear you. And so so I'll just continue because I can't hear you. I've been on so long that maybe it's messing up the stream. Just shake your head if you can hear me. Am I coming in clear? Sachi, shake your head. Yes? Okay, so just stick with it. I'll just continue here. Sorry about that, but it's all we can do. Yeah, so anyway, I'll get to your comments here in a little bit here. So yeah, so to convict, to refute, to confute, generally a suggestion of shame of a person. So basically, it doesn't have to be that way. A lot of people think they have to be shamed into the truth, but no, they have to be convinced. This is the idea of Srimad Bhagavatam, is the highest truth distinguished from reality. I mean, the highest truth distinguished from illusion. Okay, for the welfare of others. So all you have to do is hear from a devotee who has that highest truth, and they distinguish it from the illusion. So if people can come to the point of listening, see, then you start to give up the illusion. Yeah, good, right? You can write it down, and I'll get to your comments there. Yeah, and so so that's the deal. So the Holy Spirit will convince the world of sin. See, sin is simply not hearing from devotees about their Lord. They are experienced. They are emissaries of that transcendental Lord. And anybody comes to the point of listening to them, see, you will become purified and then get the same spirit that they have. They will be born again like they are born again. They are born of the Word, and you will become born of the Word. See, it's a spirit. You become born of God. See, God is the Word spoken by His realized devotees. Now, see, a lot of people, they misunderstand. They think, "Wait, man, your word is just as good as my word." See, well, my word would be just as bad as your word, or just as ineffective as your word, if I didn't have a transcendental relationship with God, because everybody is not complete until we have that relationship. Yeah, till that relationship with the supreme transcendental Lord is established, soul to soul, not material body to spiritual God. That material body is just temporary. No, our soul has to be awakened. So if I listen to people like that, I'm going to get the most benefit. I'm going to get really purified now. This is why Lord Chaitanya said, not even a Brahmin can purify themselves unless they're a devotee Brahmin. They actually have this devotion, potency. It's transcendental, spiritual. See, so our preaching is just to convince people that you need devotion, and you need to be an association of devotees with devotion. See, then you can get it. Otherwise, nobody knows what it is. These religious gurus, even in ISKCON or anywhere, if most of them don't know what devotion is, they're still adverse to it. They're like the Pharisees. They're just Brahmin types and maybe nice persons and everything, but you got to be purified by devotion, and that comes through the real representatives of it, and they're very rare. They're the ones who really know Krishna, who they're worshiping in our line. They're very rare. I see people, they're part of this parivar and that parivar, and I can see that their gurus, most of them, are not realized. They're not awakened yet. See? So they don't teach about real devotion. They're all about, Radhe, and they heap a lot of rules and regulations on you. And you got to realize at some point, when you're really sincere, you have to pray to the Lord for a deeper relationship, and then he'll give you the real guru, the real one. Like there was somebody yesterday that said, I'm with this parivar. Who are you with? I said, well, I'm here serving all the parivars. Most of them I've seen are not, they don't have devotion awakened in them yet. They're still trying to understand it. They're still striving to understand Krishna. And therefore, I'm here to serve all the parivars and give them that gift. They don't seem to know how to give. They think it's by austerities, renunciation, and by strict following rules, regulations that they're going to get it. No, you're just going to get it from somebody who has it. That's it. Because they'll have the essential understanding. They're the safe bridge to that. Okay, let's see here. We got some comments. Let's see. Nitai Chandra there. Okay, let's see what he says. How much faith can one actually have in Nam of Nam? Doesn't awaken faith in his devotee for the sake of progress. Sincere aspirant. Yeah, I mean, Lord Chaitanya taught that, man. People were chanting. He said, you can chant the holy name, but if you're against my devotee, then all the holy name does is destroy you. But that's good. If it destroys your false ego, that's great, because then you'll realize something. Oh, I see. I went against the devotee. A lot of people became saints by going against devotees, and doing their sadhana, and they dry up and they realize, oh, I think I committed an offense. See? Yeah. So Janaki says, we can only see now because of you. And only by hearing from you, we are connected with Krishna. Krishna gives Guru. Guru gives Krishna. Yeah, and that's how it is. See, you come here, just like Janaki, she read the books 4 or 5 times of Prabhupada. And now she's realizing them. See, brings back to her remembrance because of bhakti. See, now she read the books, and now she's saying, only because of you I can see. Yeah, only because of devotion can you see. And that's what the guru represents. Ultimately, you need to not just get the guru like Prabhupada or Bhaktisiddhanta, who found there is no room for this message in most disciples, especially the leaders, who were going to give his followers association. They wanted name and fame, and they couldn't understand how valuable devotion is and how to get it. And there was no room for that word yet. He called it postgraduate. That word that awakens devotion is in Chaitanya Charitamrita. It's in all the books, but especially in Chaitanya Charitamrita and Chaitanya Leela. And he said that's postgraduate, because there is no room for that word. Well, wherever that room is now, because it's already been authorized by him and Krishna to preach that word that awakens bhakti, the devotion. So we preach that word, which is the conclusive truth, the essence of all truth. Wherever there is room for that word, whoever's drawn to that word, bhakti will awaken in them. And they'll say, like she said, who else said that? Johan, yeah, I read the books 5 times, including Chaitanya Charitamrita. Now I'm understanding them. Why? Well, look at him when he chants. Yeah, what do you think that is? The laughing, the choking of the voice, and all those symptoms. Because of that bhakti, he can relish the word of God now. That's where it's going, man. We're preaching that. Who's preaching this? Who's preaching it in a way where it awakens in people? If people come here and they look, oh, no tilak, no neck beads, no dhoti, no. You're looking at the externals and that's all you want. Okay, go get a guru out there who is looking also at the externals. Oh, you, and it's a lot of work, right? You got to put that dhoti, you got to put that tilak on in 16 places and all over the body every day. You got to do it every day. Otherwise, you're an offender to Krishna. Oh, I didn't finish my 16 rounds. I got to make it up. See, all that work. Oh, I didn't do a Kadasi. I got to do Nirjal. No food at all. No drink. Nothing. You thunder. See? Because you're subject to the rules. You said, now, and that's very good, but all that's going is to lead you to the liberator. The person that is in the line preaching you why, where they started from. Jesus and Lord Chaitanya, the ecstasy, the devotion. Hey man, that's the message now. If there's room in any devotee, I don't care what parivar you're in. And if you haven't received the nectar of devotion to Krishna, which reveals the secret of secrets of Krishna, then you can get it here. Otherwise, you'll go in your parivars, and if devotion is not there, and the symptoms of devotion is not there, and tears are not pouring out of your guru's eyes, and holy laughter all over the place, not caring for outsiders, well, then this devotion is not being preached, whether your guru has it or not. And they usually don't, and don't even know what it is. Oh, but they can quote the scriptures, blah, 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 blah. See? But no experience. Okay. Here you hear the glories of devotion and how important it is. Then you listen to that Leela like this morning, Lord Chaitanya's glorifying devotion. He said, the washermen came and saw me, did austerities like these guys are doing now. Austerities and for that. But they had no devotion because he didn't associate with devotees. He didn't hear that word from the potent devotees. He had no devotion when he saw me. All those austerities for lifetimes to see me, and then he saw me, he hated me. You overcome that by the association of those who love Krishna. And if you don't like those who love Krishna, well, you're not going to get the boon of loving Krishna because that's the channel it comes through. And not by austerity, not by renunciation, not by pious deeds, not by sadhana, not by chanting mantras, Chaitanya Charitamrita. That one attains love of God, devotion to Krishna. It's through the devotees who chant the holy name with great ecstatic devotion. Right there. If you can't do that, you can't get Vrindavan or give Vrindavan to others. Yeah, you see, Johan leading the right way. Look at all the devotion he has. He still has respect and honor for his guru. See, but those whose devotion isn't strong, isn't deep, they end up leaving and criticizing guru. See? Look at this. All that devotion. If anybody has a thing to say, like, oh, I'm just as good as my guru. I got even more devotion than my guru. Still, look at that. That's called Vaishnava. Vaishnava is that. Look at Lalita Ganga. Look at all that bhakti she has, man. I pray to be able to chant like that. And look at how much praise she gives to Guru. That's called Vaishnava. But we got here that people got a smidgen of something, some little bhakti, little bhakti. They leave here and now they're the big teachers. We had like 3 or 4 left like that. Oh, now they're big teachers, and you could see their hearts getting harder and harder, and their faces get really like stone more and more every day. That's called Guru Aparad. That's called ungratefulness. To Shiksha Guru. I don't care if you're a Prabhupada disciple or Bhakti Siddhanta disciple. If you don't have devotion like the devotees here, you won't understand things clearly. You better just sit in class and keep listening and serving the devotees. But they don't. They end up going out and trying to become big teachers. See? But anyway, that's the lesson. Until they realize that fault, they'll stay like more stones, and they'll think, this stoniness, these austerities, that's real Krishna consciousness. See? That's a contamination. No, if you have ecstatic devotion and you do austerities, oh, that's different. See, you'll have the right mood. Mm-hmm. So Johann says, it's all children playing in this material world, and we need a group person who can open our eyes so that we can really see what's going on in this material world and what is the spiritual world. Yeah, I mean, that's our work. That's part of the work here is distinguishing. Sometimes distinguishing, then relishing. So anyway, this is the symptoms of those who have this Holy Spirit of devotion, whether you're a Vaishnava or a Christian. See, so when when she is come, she will reprove the world of sin. So convince the world of sin, and this is sinful. It's sinful not to hear about devotion because your sin remains. It's sinful to go against devotees who have real devotion. It causes sin. Lord Chaitanya taught about it. He says, oh, if you're offensive to my devotees who have real devotion, oh, this is not good. See, convince the world of what is sin. Nobody knows. People think going against devotees is doing God a favor. It's not. See, when you get the association of those who have real devotion, the true emissaries of the Transcendental Lord, you can get over these offenses. Otherwise not. Otherwise you're chanting Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, and then a real devotee comes before you who has real devotion, and you go, I don't like you. See? So, and then Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. See, you stay in name only without the devotion, because the devotee comes here to finish it, make you complete it with devotion, and then it's Hare Krishna, and ecstasy begins to awaken. Yeah, that's the work of devotees here. To awaken devotion so you can relish chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. So Lalita Ganga says, that's why he advised, ask and you shall receive. That's right. People don't know what to ask for. What is your guru telling you to ask for? What is your guru teaching you what to pray for? Well, what did Lord Chaitanya teach? Devotion to Krishna will last forever. What's our message? Devotion to Krishna will last forever. Well, Gohari, are you an example of that? Well, that's why it has to be shown. Otherwise, you would never know. Maybe I've been cheating you. Okay? That's why Lalita Ganga is showing. She's a witness. Yeah, devotion. That's it. Johan, devotion. Yeah, that's it. Govinda, yeah, devotion. These are the signs and the symptoms. Okay? This is what it is. Oh, it's glorious. It makes you feel so good, so purified from inside, man. This closeness with God, there's nothing like it. It makes you smile so much, so deep. It makes even an ugly person beautiful. Devotion is like that. So, how does one become free of Vaishnava aparad? Most easily in this age of Kali, and rekindle your relationship with them. Just curious. Okay, good. So you want to become free of Vaishnava aparad? Well, people think, well, let me just be humble, or feigned humility and all that stuff, and chant Hare Krishna all the time, Okay. Well, ultimately, it's leading to the Vaishnava. Then they'll teach you how to become free of Vaishnava aparad. See, Vaishnava aparad is learning how to recognize a real Vaishnava who has real devotion. Isn't that what we teach here? Yeah. Can you see how much more powerful that is? And I'm just going to chant Hare Krishna, and then be offensive in my chanting, and then listen to these gurus who don't have devotion. And then I'm going to it'll take you a lot longer to get over Vaishnava aparad. And ultimately, it's just going to get you to the point of meeting the Vaishnava who makes it real simple. They teach you all about devotion, how to become favorable to devotion, how to hanker for devotion, how to really want devotion, and not be offensive to those who have devotion. Just like here, I had to teach even many of my students. They came there neophytes, man. Krishna would give some of my students mercy, and they have some devotion, and then still they criticize, oh, look at that fault. Look at that fault in them. I had to teach them. I still have to teach them sometimes, but not so much. You're getting it. Oh, this person has devotion. Oh, if the Lord is happy with that person, why shouldn't I be? If a person has devotion, that means they have God, man. They have the Lord living inside their heart. Why do you have a problem with them? And then you go, Hare Krishna. That's hypocrisy. We get you over hypocrisy here. That's hypocritical. You're chanting Hare Krishna, and you have a problem with somebody who is living in the heart of that devotee because they have that devotion, and its symptoms taught about in Prabhupada's books, taught about by our actual witness examples here. And you have a problem with that. Well, you come here, you'll learn. Now you got real school. Okay? You get over Vaishnava aparad like this. Fast, because you get it identified and clarified and magnified so you can see the fault in it and let it go. Oh, okay, yeah. Devotion, yeah, I want that. So want to become famous by followers, prime viewers. See, want to become famous. That's a good teaching there. So this is some advertising. Want to become famous by followers, prime. See, that's the world. See, wanting to become famous externally, that's Maya. You want to be, if you really want to become famous, really famous, where your fame endures, well, you have to become a real devotee with real devotion. But then, not necessarily people will recognize you. Look at Shukadev Goswami. He's famous in the eyes of devotees, but here in this prison house, most people are residents in prison. They can't tell. The warden is the devotee. You had a following of people throwing stuff and hurling abuses at him and criticizing, laughing at him, throwing stuff. Is only Maharaj Pariksit could recognize, oh, this is a famous devotee, man. He's famous because he's a devotee, has real devotion. Okay. See, now people want to be external followers. They want to be famous in the eyes of neophytes, people that don't have any devotion. See, that's dumb. That's illusion. Even gurus, many gurus in Vaishnavism, they want to have followers. They want to have the position like Prabhupada had. See, they want to be. They're want-to-bes. They want to be acharya. Can you imagine when you become an acharya without devotion? Oh, all you do is get covered by false ego because you can't taste the ras that dissolves the karma of your disciples, which is the whole point of being an acharya and a guru. What is the point? Is you to purify your disciples. If you can't do that, if you can't deliver them, all you're going to do is heap their karma on you. And that's why some of these guys become real rascals. Pedophiles. Haven't we heard that? Priests often and Vaishnavas in our ISKCON, they be pedophiles, man, homosexuals. Not so, they could be, it's not like I'm into like that's a bad, horrible. No, homosexual can get the mercy. You can be anything. You can be a rascal. You can be a dacoit. You can be anything. But if you take to the path of devotion, all will be well. But if you become guru, you're a homosexual or you're a pedophile, and you become a guru, you'll start screwing around with your disciples. And that's what they have done. Look at all that stuff going on in the New Vrindavan and over there in Australia with that guy. And they still praise that guru. Can you believe that? That's how bad things are. Just like in the Vatican. Same bullshit going on. Okay? That's all because of lack of bhakti. So, Nitai says, man, that crap we got to go through just to be simple, humble aspirants for loving service. Simple, humble, wishing minds of the jivas without having desire. Is Krishna the rule over jivas? Yeah, all you have to do is just, I told you it's so doggone simple, man. Here, there's a Sangha empowered by Prabhupada's mercy. And you can see it's true. I'm not, lying or exaggerating. Prabhupada's mercy and Krishna's mercy is here, shown by people getting real bhakti, real prema, making an advancement quickly. Yeah. So all you have to do is just, become committed, gradually by hearing. Just come regularly and listen and make friends with the devotees here. Become a part of this devotional community. Christians, they knew the idea. They plant yourself somewhere. In Christianity, they have more places. They're more ecstatic Christians. Vaishnavism, this is probably the only place really with real, if you want ecstatic worship and all that, the symptoms are here, and you show me where else there is, because that's where Krishna is also. And I would love to be around the devotees who are really ecstatic, man. There's a great benefit. Yeah, but I'm not personally impressed, nor should anybody else be impressed with nice pukka devotees or aspirants. That they follow rules and regulations so nicely. Oh, that's very nice, but that's not. No. Krishna is not really impressed. That's a start. He's impressed with bhakti. It impresses him. It presses him into you. It's like, he comes inside. So that awakens by association with his real devotees. That's all here. Real devotees with real devotion, man, with real conclusive understanding. It's all here. And it's doubtful if it's anywhere else for Vaishnavas. If it is, great, wonderful. Go there, be there. But most I found cannot even find out that it's not there. They think it is because, it looks like, well. Anyway, if you're sincere, the Lord will draw you into this kind of association, wherever it is. And you'll learn about what is real devotion. That's Radharani, man. She's the biggest secret. She's the biggest secret in the universe. This bhakti, this hidden ways of the spirit, the Holy Spirit of devotion is Radha. And only those who know her ways, know her temperament, her mentality, her feelings, can teach about it here and how to find her. Okay, let's see. Madhusudana says, Srila Prabhupada, humility means intelligence. The humble and meek own the kingdom of God. This is stated in the Bible, is it not? But the philosophy of the rascals is that everyone is God. And today, this idea has become popular. Therefore, no one is humble and meek. If everyone thinks that he is God, why should he be humble and meek? Therefore, I teach my disciples how to become humble and meek. They always offer their respectful obeisances in the temple and to the spiritual master, and then yeah. So he teaches his disciples, but that's still superficial. He's given them a start. Humble and meek, you know what humble and meek means? They get a chance to get purified, because a lot of people, they're trying to just follow externally, but you got to get purified internally. The real humble and meek devotees, when they see real devotion, they become respectful towards that. Humble and meek this is an example. Don't think that a devotee is always going to come to you like, like a humble, you're going to look like, give you your idea of what humble and meek is. Humble and meek is a verb. Humble and meek is to be able to see the symptoms of devotion in personalities like Nityananda or their servants. Humble and meek is to see, Nityananda is a real devotee, intimate with the Lord. Humble and meek is like Shivananda Sain, who was kicked in the chest by this person who appeared to be hungry and really wanting his quarters, and so angry he cursed his 3 sons to die. Humble and meek is to be kicked in the chest by God like that, or God's servant, real ecstatic servant. Okay? And then he says, I'm so fortunate that I was touched by the lotus feet of Nityananda. Who could pass such a test? He did. His relatives couldn't. One got offended. The other one started crying, my 3 sons are going to die. He said, I'm so fortunate, getting touched by the lotus feet of Nityananda. Now I've attained everything. I've attained religiosity, sense enjoyment, economic development, and liberation, and ultimately pure devotional service. See, now that's humble and meek. How do you respond to the devotee preaching, inspired by the true devotion and ecstasy? Okay? How do you respond? Humble and meek? Usually not. Those who do, look at Lalita Ganga, look at these devotees. They got purified. See, and now they respond to their gurus that way. They respond to this message, humble and meek. Oh, yeah, I really like this message. Submissive and surrendered. Oh, yeah, my guru speaking like this. I get so ecstatic even thinking about. See, that's humble and meek. That's why the Lord sends the devotee as a test. He sent Jesus Christ, the first fruit, to the Pharisees. First fruit of expressing devotion. See? And they weren't humble and meek before him. They go, we hate you. See? We're the first fruits. What I've seen, the first fruits of real bhakti in Vaishnavism. And how do people respond? Most are not humble and meek. All they go around, and then they meet real devotees, and they're not humble and meek according to this message. They don't like this kind of devotion glorified in word and also in feeling, indeed expressed in this word. We glorify in expression the truth of value of real bhakti in this world, and show that real bhakti in our bodies. Allow our temples to be lit up like a Christmas tree with bhakti. There's the test. Are you really humble and meek? And most aren't. They're all, what is it? And then they go away, feigning humility like a praying mantis, preying on other insects. It's prema that makes us humble and meek. Exactly. Yeah. Sometimes devotees that have prema, they come, they preach on the what they call Madhyam platform, making distinctions. This is that's Bhagavatam. You know, this is where it's all going. This is prema. This is illusion. You know, back and forth. And the prema, when devotees are like beyond preaching, or they're not inspired to preach anymore, they just want to relish. Lord Chaitanya got that way, and then they just relish prema and stay in that state. Yeah. You'll see, like in our Sangha, some are like that more. I think Lalita Ganga's like that more. She likes to just relish it, knows. Mm. Is this a long enough class? 5 hours and 30 minutes? It's a big long Sangha. Big long sadhu Sangha. So of sin, so we just see sin, which is, so of sin because they believe not on me. So now that's a very deep thing. So the sin is not believing in the real devotees when they're here preaching. See, if you believe in a real devotee, then you'll learn what real devotion is and what real conclusive truth is. But most have a hard time with that because they believe in speculation. They believe in the world. They believe in religionists. They believe in religious Vaishnavas. Okay? And not the deliverer. The deliverer is like a Jesus Christ or one of their followers who have received the mercy of Jesus Christ. A real deliverer is Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda, or their real followers that are preaching these confidential things that they preached. Yeah. That's why deliverance was not fully here with Prabhupada and Bhaktisiddhanta and Bhakti Vinod. They just put it in their books, and now we're preaching it. Now deliverance is here. Whoever will come and listen to this message, these messages, you know, and hear what, I mean, how can you understand? How can I understand this stuff? The Lord has to show us. He has to immerse us in this deep bhakti to understand these mysteries. And then Guru is somebody who explains them to you. See, I've sinned because they believe not on me. Bhagavatam teaches the same thing. You know, 10th canto teaches the pastimes of Krishna eradicate sin. 10th canto. Pastimes of Krishna eradicate all sin. And these pastimes are transmitted by great personalities. So in other words, you got to be a liberated soul. And then you teach the pastimes and the philosophy of Krishna consciousness as it is. And that eradicates the obstacles, the illusions, the offenses. You listen to them. Oh, okay, I don't have to do that anymore. I throw that one away. Oh, I don't believe in that illusion now. See? So the devotees, they're preaching, eradicate sin. See? And of righteousness, because I go to my Father, and ye see me no more. See? How is that? See? Well, yeah, he goes to his Father. And you see me no more. Now, but when will I ever see Jesus again? And boom, he awakens inside. See, that's now you know what real righteousness is. You have to have the righteousness which is beyond righteousness. That's the Holy Spirit. Nah, not just righteous as a Brahmin or as a Pharisee, or as a Daksha. You're a nice Brahmin in the heavenly planets, but still envy, jealousy, competition, the covering of the soul, the last covering before even the blinding effulgence of the Lord too. That's really the last covering. Okay? So that has to be dissolved. See, of righteousness. See, you'll convince the world of what is really righteous. See, that's Shuddha Bhakti principles. That's what Jesus did. Well, when his witnesses came, especially. That's what Lord Chaitanya did. He said, no, it's not enough to be a good Brahmin. The righteousness of a good Brahmin, perfect in rules and regulations, not enough to be a sannyasi. You need to worship the Lord with pure love of God. Devotional, ecstatic communion is real righteousness, is real purification. That's what he taught. Who's teaching that message? Are you an example of that kind of worship? Can people see sometimes you worship the Lord like that, with true righteousness? That real ecstatic, in your temple, ecstatic devotion is appearing in your body, man. When your eyes are like the conch holding the water, and throwing the water on the Lord and on people. People could see, whoa, look at the real water of God, of worshiping God in ecstasy. See, that's real righteousness. He will convince the world of real righteousness. You come to a few of these classes, we'll convince you that's not enough to be a Brahmin. We'll show you Lord Chaitanya said it was not enough to be a Brahmin. Jesus also, but Lord Chaitanya more so elaborated on that. You need to be an ecstatic devotee. See, that's righteousness. That's symptoms of that are here in this Sangha. This is the place to be if you want to be really purified. And if it's not happening in any other Sangha, then you're not getting really purified. See, Lord Chaitanya taught this, and I just love to preach about this. Lord Chaitanya said you can have all the 12 Brahminical qualifications, but if you're not worshiping the Lord with pure love of God, and if you got pure love of God, ecstatic tears and all that stuff is manifesting in your body, then you cannot purify yourself or anybody else. So if you know that, that's why if you hear these things and it makes more logic, it's more clear, it's as the book teaches, then you can give up the offense of believing in those who cannot deliver you. It's a fence. See, a fence between you and your deliverance. We remove that. Ignorance. It's only ignorance. Even the gurus, they're ignorant of this. If they do, they'll love this preaching. They say, whoa, boy, you're really putting it nice. Yeah. There's a lot in this Bible, huh? Of judgment, because the prince of this world is judged. Hey, I love this one, man. The prince of this world is Maya, or Lucifer. See, Lucifer is judged. See, how does he judge? A lot of people can't judge. You got to judge Lucifer yourself. You know that? You got to be a judge. That's Lucifer. You see, it's like in the Vatican. They knew they have this. They have a section there. They have a ministry of exorcising demons, and you got to know the name of the demon, or otherwise they won't come out. You got to judge that demon. This is this name of that demon. And then he comes out. See, Lucifer has been judged. You Pharisees, you're not righteous enough. Look at you. You still got some viper in you, man. Still got some snakiness, some trickiness, deceit, material motivation. People didn't know that. Hey, man, that's Lucifer. You're still channeling Lucifer, you Pharisees. See, Lucifer's been judged in that way. See, we see, judgment means the highest truth distinguished from illusion. See, the illusion, you got to judge it. That's illusion. See, make a good judgment, proper judgment as it is. Not that you have to, it's Lucifer. No, it's Lucifer. Oh, okay. I didn't know that before. Couldn't judge it. My judgment was not that good. See, Lucifer, this is the angel of light thing. See, the angel of light is the mode of goodness. It disguises itself as God. No, it's just good. It's not God. Well, it's God in his good form. But that ain't good enough to get the real God, which is transcendental form. So you got to judge that. The prince of darkness, Lucifer. See, that's Lucifer, man. No. Nah, look at that. See, that's Lucifer. You got to see who's a Luciferian worship. You got to look beyond their hypocrisy. Lucifer's a hypocrite, but only God, see, God can make that judgment. He knows, and he informs his intimate devotees. See? And you want to get informed, that means only the Father knows the Son and the Son knows the Father. That means you got to be an awakened soul. And the Son can reveal the true nature of the Father to whom he chooses. And if you know the true nature of the Father, you know who his Luciferic form is. In the mode of goodness even. And you will preach that's not good enough. That is not real righteousness to believe in goodness. You got to transcend, Arjuna, transcend all the modes of nature, even goodness. All those modes, every one of them, and goodness included. See, that's when you got the spirit of devotion. Now you know what's real. Now you can really liberate people. Now you can really, because now Lucifer's been judged as not good enough. A lot of people think, no, it's good enough to be like in the mode of goodness, but still hypocrisy can be there and still is there. Daksha was a hypocrite. He was deceitful, and he was in the heavenly planets. Not good enough. He had to surrender to Shiva. What? 6-hour class is not long enough? It's too long? What is this? 6 hours, we're going on 5 hours for Paul used to preach all night. One guy fell asleep and fell over the high wall, and died. And they resurrected him somehow. I don't know. See, and when the spirit of truth, I'm sorry, this is just so fun. This is amazing, actually. So, I have yet many things to say unto you, but ye cannot bear them now. See, can't bear them now. But when the spirit of truth comes, when the spirit of truth is come, he will guide you into all truth. For he shall not speak of himself, but whatsoever he shall hear, that he shall speak. See, and that is the language of God. When you get the Holy Spirit, spirit of devotion, he leads you unto all, or she leads you unto all truth. If you see it in the Bible, you recognize it because she says, oh, that's it, man. That's treasure. And you begin to appreciate it like the Spirit appreciates it, because now you're a son or daughter of God, and the Holy Spirit is informing you, this is your Lord. See, this is real scripture. This is real truth. See, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are living inside you now. You're that kind of temple, very rare temple. You know, you're an example of the Trinity. You're now a son of God, man, and the Holy Spirit of devotion is in you. Therefore, you can recognize the Father wherever he is, whether he's in the devotional scriptures of the Vedas or in the Bible or wherever the Lord is working. So for me, I've ascertained it's enough for me. There's just so much, the God is in the Bible. I can see that. And God is in the Vedas. What do you think I'm speaking here? What do you think I'm speaking for so long? Why do I take these? What am I telling you? What the spirit of devotion is showing me. And I just give it to you. You consider it. Then you look at this Bible. See if it's not more clear to you than even any Christian has shown. Any Christian, you see any Christian that has preached about the Holy Spirit like this to such depth. And the only reason is the Lord, that Spirit led me to the truth in the Vedas. See? And I got purified by study of the Vedas or relishing the Vedas, chanting these verses, chanting the holy names. It's brought me to understand the deeper level of the Bible. That's why sometimes Christians come here to learn about Jesus more. All this knowledge and devotion has no value if you end up losing your head. Well, it's too late now, man. We made many classes here. Cut this head off, man. Let me just continue glorifying the Lord until that moment. Every class we do is gravy and icing on the cake. But whosoever he shall hear, that shall he speak, and he will show you things to come. Okay? So whatever he hears, see, so Jesus is very esoteric. Only a person who has that same spirit can understand it. See, whatever he hears, it's not like, so he hears the scriptures, chants the verses. Jesus was always chanting verses. Even on the cross, he was chanting verses. And he hears the verses, but then he also hears the deep meaning of them because he has the spirit of devotion. Mm-hmm. There you go. Keep your head straight. See, just if you listen, just that's keeping your head straight, man. Yeah. You know how people lose their head? They put it somewhere else. See, the head is where you're heading. Like maybe I'm giving a class or something, but where's your head? Is it straight here? Are you looking here? Are you hearing? Is your head here? Like your attention here? Where is your head? You lose your head by putting it somewhere else. See, when you lose your head, that's what happens. Maya cuts your head off. You blind. See, you're blind. You can't see now. But if you look to the devotee and you listen with attention, then you don't lose your head. Matter of fact, you gain a real head. So, he shall glorify me, for he shall receive of mine and shall show it unto you. You see, he shall receive of mine. That's the realized soul. That's the born again devotee. He is spiritually reborn by the word, either in a previous life or this life. The spirit of devotion's awakened in them. The Lord shows them. See, they hear. See, they hear by chanting the verses, chanting the name, and then they hear the revelation, and then they speak it unto you. There you go. See, they shall glorify me. See, they glorify the devotee. They glorify the incarnation. Okay? And therefore, then you get of that incarnation. Okay? So we glorify Jesus and Lord Chaitanya in full, not half, not a bunch of words. Oh, Jesus, and there's no talk about devotion, no teaching about the spirit of devotion, no showing that aspect of Krishna. See, that's in name only, whether you're a Christian or a Vaishnava. Not showing the full full teaching. Yeah. Okay, we'll leave it here now. Thank you very much, everybody. Hare Krishna. It's been a long class, 6 hours almost. But time flies.